Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome to a double dose of darting delights here on Thursday at the MODUS Super Series. We're going to get Groups B and C underway over the course of the day. Starting with Group C this afternoon, that's after Group A was completed yesterday, and here's what happened. Lisa Ashton ended her Group A campaign with 3 wins on Wednesday. In fact, 5 players all picked up 6 points yesterday. They included French thrower Thibaut Tricol, who will join Ashton in Group C today after finishing just 2 points shy of 3rd place, that after being the pre-group favourite to qualify for finals night. He achieved the exact same tally as Dutchman Michel van der Horst, who seemed to grow into the week and could be one to watch. Remarkably, 3rd place went to Patrick Mart. The league leader after Tuesday lost all 5 fixtures yesterday as his qualification hopes disappeared. Mart was leapfrogged by Daniel Lee. The ADC qualifier turned on the style to seal a Group B spot. It was Tommy Morris, though, who would take a place at finals night. He went from super sub to superstar in stealing the show to make Saturday, where he hopes to complete the perfect picture. Yeah, and alongside me for the rest of the week, Phil Bars, those who've got even a passing little interest in darts will know who this man is, and he's commentated here on the Super Series before. Good to have you, Phil.
Good to be here, Chris.
And it was good stuff, wasn't it, in Group A?
Yeah, very good. Look, Tommy Morris took it by storm, came here by one day last week, so I think that really got him used to it and a feel for the place, and he just catapulted himself into Group A and played some fabulous stuff.
Let's talk through the table, because overnight on Tuesday it was Patrick Mart who ended up 3rd place. He'd won every game on Tuesday, then lost every game on Wednesday.
Yeah, big surprise that, it has to be said, because he played some really good stuff on the first 2 days. And although you wouldn't have thought he's going to win all 5, you didn't expect him to lose all 5, that's for sure.
Yeah, but only 2 points separating 5th and 2nd place in the group suggests that what we'll see today and tomorrow could be quite competitive.
Yeah, Group A was really tight, really close throughout, and obviously they split now, so I'm expecting a really tight Group C as well with the players coming in.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a look at the stats in more detail from Group A earlier this week. There they are. The winner, of course, Tommy Morris. What stands out for you there?
The quickest game. 6 minutes, 28 seconds is like lightning, but that's Tommy Morris all over. He just loves to get on with it, plays at a good pace. But it'll be interesting to see him come up against someone a tad slower, and can he adapt going forward? Yeah,
and we saw quite a few players playing quickly, and looking at the field for the rest of the week. We're not going to have many slow matches, are we?
No, tonight we're certainly not, because they just all like to get on with it. We're going to get rat-a-tat-tats, as we call it, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, let's have a look at the groups for the rest of the week then, so we can sort of put that into the picture. And we have a few players coming in. We'll get that for you in a moment. But, yeah, the players coming into this group include the likes of Ryan Harrington, who we've seen, of course, have a PDC Tour card before. What kind of sort of impact do you think he could make?
I'm looking forward to seeing Ryan, because we've seen him on the biggest stages of all at the Grand Slam, produce some really good stuff. But when he came here last time, he wasn't at his best. And there are question marks around, is that form still there? So I'm interested to see how he answers them from the last time he was here.
Yeah, we've got that split now on the screen for you. And Shane McGurk, another player coming into this group. Jack Main as well. We've seen all these players before, and they should be used to the format.
Yeah, look, Shane McGurk's A-game is arguably the best in the field. We've seen it at Q School when he's been there. We've seen glimpses on the Challenge Tour and here at the Live Lounge as well. I think his A-game is the best in there. But Jack Main, again, 9 darters galore on tour as well. He's got to a final here, so he knows what it takes to come through Group C, runner-up to Danny Lauby in this particular group last time he was here. So proven he knows how to get through.
Yeah, we'll get on to Group B tonight, but as far as the betting goes in Group C, well, what Phil's just said kind of plays out. Shane McGurk maybe has a highest A-game, therefore made the favourite, but little to choose really between most of the players.
No, there isn't a lot between them, and look, Lisa Ashton is the outsider. However, we all know what Lisa can do. We've seen her in the Women's Series at Lakeside, and here she can get to final. She knows how to do it. So I think that's very generous. But look, Thibaut Tricol, the Lakeside runner-up, proven here that he knows how to get to finals, he knows how to win on the biggest stages, and notoriously a slow starter, so I'm expecting more from Thibaut here in Group C.
Yeah, I don't normally do this, but for me, Michel van der Horst, one to watch as well. He's really kind of warmed into the week, hasn't he?
Yeah, I completely agree, and he, like you say, he's grown into it. A little bit nervous here on debut, but it's the same for most of the ADC and the ADC Europe guys. If they haven't been here before, it's about adjusting and getting used to the surroundings, and I agree, I think Michel will do that.
Right, you're in the pundit's chair, so you have a job to do. You try and get a bit of value for our viewers. So here, what we're calling Bars Bets. What have you gone for?
First up, I just like the look of Jack Main. I think he will outscore Lisa from what I've seen overall in Group A. I just think he will bully Lisa in the scoring stakes and get more darts at a double. So I just think the handicap represents value there. Tricot and Jack Main, I'm expecting a scoring slugfest. So 180s in that one. So over 1.5 180s, I think is really good. And in the final one, like we said, Shane McGurk's A game, I think is stellar, and I just think the 180s will flow against Ryan Harrington. So a little bit of value there. The treble paying nearly 6 to 1.
Yeah, indeed. Do gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org for more information on responsible gambling. Phil's going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon in a moment. Now, Henry, I'm sure, will keep you up to date with how your bets are going along, but we'll look forward to the action. First match features Ryan Harrington and Michelle van der Horst.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to Thursday at the Super Series. It's a double session of darting delights on the South Coast here in Portsmouth, and we kick off with Michelle van der Horst up against Ryan Harrington. For Harrington, a second appearance here at the Super Series. He played in Series 3. Didn't make it through to finals night last time out, but he did treat us to an exhibition of fine finishing. He hit back-to-back 140 outshots on Friday in a Group C scenario. He missed out then. Will it be a case of getting through the second time of asking? He's up against Michelle van der Horst, who perhaps was the most improved player when it came to Wednesday here at the Super Series. It took him a couple of games on Monday to adjust to the environment and the lights here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Got better on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, well, he was crashing hopes and dreams like they went out of fashion. At the end of Tuesday, he beat Tommy Morris, and on Wednesday, he beat Patrick Mark. And that was kind of the beginning of his downfall, which saw him fail to qualify. Justin Bradshaw is your referee this afternoon, and joining me in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to Phil Pars.
Good afternoon, Henry, and welcome along, everyone, on our YouTube channel as Group C gets underway here at the Live Lounge.
Should be an afternoon full of excitement. Should be an afternoon not just full of quality, but I think full of tight encounters. If you actually have a look and you break down all the metrics, there's not really much to separate everyone, and I think it might be just the finest margins that separate things. I was speaking to one or two people earlier on this morning, and there's an indication from a lot that maybe we'll be seeing a lot of 4-3s and a lot of tight matches over the course of the next couple of days or so. And we've got a couple of seconds just to do exactly that, as we have a couple of technical gremlins in the system. Phil Bars is alongside myself here in the commentary box. What excites you the most about this group?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Jack Main come back here. He lost to Jelle Klassen last time out, so he will want to banish that demons in the final, because he played brilliantly to get there but just didn't quite click in that final against Jelle Klassen. So I'm interested in that one. And Ryan Harrington, because like I said up on the balcony with Murph, he didn't shine last time he was here at all, and we've seen him get to the latter stages of the Grand Slam of darts. We know he can produce on the biggest stages, but he needs to come here and do it.
Do you feel like there's players here that coming into this week, that come into this Group C with points to prove?
Oh, 100%. Because we've seen them do things away from here, but they've not quite done it here, like Lisa Ashton. We've seen her recently on the Women's Series. Not quite happen for her, but she's gone away. She's won 2 ADC events up in Bridlington. So I'm expecting a response from Lisa, because she's a fabulous player and too good not to win games here. So I'm looking forward to seeing Lisa and Thibaut as well, because it's not quite happened for him on the WDF circuit this year or here either. So again, those two have points to prove, I feel.
I had a little bit of a chat this morning with Jack Main, and he was saying how much this competition, the last time he was here, he came so close against Jelle Klassen, but it's actually rekindled a bit of a fire in the belly again for the sport after losing out on his tour card at the end of 2022. Yeah,
absolutely. And we've said it before. There are avenues and there are angles for these players that don't have tour cards anymore. It's not the end of the world if you don't have one. And Jack is a point in that. He's coming here full of confidence and looking to do some damage.
Apologies for that slight stoppage in play at the beginning of our session. We are back underway. It's the opening leg of the opening game. Ryan Harrington against Michelle van der Horst. I was just saying on your way down from the balcony about Ryan Harrington's last appearance here. And last time he was here, he didn't play so much. He was just coming back in love with the game again after a little bit of time away. In his case, are we looking at what improvements he made from the first appearance to the second?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, his lifestyle changed as well. Obviously, became a dad and everything like that, and your priorities do change.
91.
We've seen him, he has the game in the locker. It's can he unlock it here? Because he didn't last time out, and he was disappointed with that as well. But it's all about
58.
starting well,
Right,
and in
you
this
require
opening leg,
32.
it looks as if he is going to hold. That's surely a good guide. It's over-adjusted, pulled it into the 7-7, and now looking at 9-9.
Game shot
And
in
he
the first
finds it
leg.
middle of the
Ryan
bed.
Harrington.
No one likes 9-9, but that is clinical from Ryan Harrington in the opener. 18 dart holder throw. He'll be satisfied with that.
Second leg, it's Michelle
Indeed,
to
he
throw
will. He
first.
needs one there
Game
against
on.
Michel van der Horst. Slow to get out the gate in this particular encounter. And we're kind of having a look at the story of players who, throughout the course of the week, are starting slow. In fact,
80.
in his 3 games over the course of the week, his highest first game average is 77.45 against Thibaut Tricol. But strangely enough, in those games, he's won 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you said there, slow start there. He needs to up this. Otherwise, Ryan Harrington could potentially run away with this game. And look, you don't want to be chasing early on.
85.
Just looking at it, the Van der Horst dart is an interesting one. It's almost like 2 darts moulded into one with that scallop in the middle. It's not a standard dart that you often see.
It's a bit of a cross between the Simon Whitlock and Connor Scutt dart, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very unique dart to him and his throwing style. Look, there'll be plenty of players up and down the country that will go, oh, I quite like the look of that. But not for everyone, where Ryan's dart is your standard straight barrel, which most people can throw.
59.
You say most people can throw, then there's no hopes like myself who haven't got a chance.
Everyone can hit 45s, Henry.
60.
That's a good throw.
But already, Ryan Harrington, if he can find another one, the door is ajar.
99.
That's enough. He will sense an opportunity here. Unless Van der Horst can find something huge, and that's not going to happen.
54.
So the pressure is now on. Ryan Harrington will be looking to leave a 1 or 2 darter from here. Surely he just comes off of that. The over-adjustment is there.
65.
Leaves 120, but he'll be a little bit disappointed with that. That should have been lower than this. And it just opens up the door for Van der Horst again.
100. Ryan
Harrington effectively took the
120.
darts in the second, looking for the break. If he can climb the ladder and find the 120, it's not going to happen on this occasion. So Van der Horst, who has been chasing for the most part, may get an opportunity, should get a dart at double to level up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, keep them
80.
straight and should get at least 1 dart at tops, maybe 2. 20 for tops. Oh, is that a blocker?
38.
It doesn't find the target.
Right,
And just the way
40.
that flight was set up, I'm not sure how much he could see of that. But Harrington looking at tops
Game
to
shot in
break.
the second leg.
And he
Ryan
makes
Harrington.
absolutely no mistake. 2-0 to Ryan Harrington. Break of throw. Van der Horst under it here.
Has to be
Third
said,
leg
it's
is Ryan
been
to throw
solid from
first.
Harrington.
Game
An average of
on.
81.2. 18-19, the legs won in 2 out of 4 on the doubles. It's just enough to steady yourself into proceedings here. It's different to a normal tournament format where you can have that game where you can work your way into a session,
59.
especially in Group C.
Yeah, look, first game on of the session. First of all, you're thinking just win. However, when you go 2-0 up and you break the throw
60.
in the opening couple of legs, it's a nice feeling. It's a warm feeling inside. And look, 4-0, 4-1, 2 points. That would be a huge start for Ryan Harrington.
40.
Having a look here at the side-on profile of the 2 players. Michel van der Horst is very much a traditional style. It's very uncomplicated.
57.
It's a pull back and fire through. Wise. What comparisons can you see from Ryan's throw compared to his dad Rod?
He's more rhythmical. There was a lot of
59.
movement in Rod's hand. It was a very, not jerky, but it was a very rhythmical throw, and the dart was balanced very delicately. And it's like you didn't see it very often where
80.
Ryan's is fairly straightforward compared to his dad's.
The question mark lays where he goes on 1-2-5 later on in the session.
Unlike back in the day, there's exclusion zone here.
125.
But for those that were unaware, it was partly brought in because of Rod.
140.
But this has been a better response from van der Horst here to losing his throw. On a finish after 12. It's a biggie.
34. Michelle, you require
That's a mistake.
164.
So he doesn't need the showbiz finish here. Can just set this up, but needs a treble.
58.
Can't find one.
Well, his leg has been indicative of the way the game has gone. It just feels like 6 visit legs are going to be more than enough.
128.
Harrington
Michelle, you require
nearly
106.
sets up perfectly, missing the big 16 there. And so Michelle van der Horst, 106 to get the break and to bring it back to 2-1. Tops.
66. Ryan, you require 56.
Didn't threaten it either. You'd be disappointed with that. But no, 2 darts at tops for 3-0.
Game shot
Only
in the third
needs
leg.
the one.
Ryan
Harrington needs 3-0 in this game, and his finishing is at 60% at the moment. 3 from 5 from Harrington.
Fourth leg is Michelle to throw first. Game on.
He's doing what he needs to do, and Michelle van der Horst, it has to be said, hasn't really got out the traps in this game.
Yeah, look, the scoring
43.
phase hasn't been particularly good. However, the doubling has been exceptional. 3 from 5 is super stuff from Ryan Harrington.
We've been having
84.
conversations the last few weeks, particularly myself and Mace, as to what the path of the course is in this format. And you've spent as much time working on this as anyone. What do you say
85.
now is the standard bearer for this competition?
In terms of overall or just this group?
In terms of overall?
Look, you look at people like
140.
Barry Van Peer that's being touted as the best player not to have a tour card. He's certainly in the top 3. There are a few out there that don't have tour
58.
cards. But even if you go all the way down, it's not the top end. We see the ADC qualifiers coming through that to start with, there were some question marks around them, but the overall
60.
standard is just getting better and better from the ADC qualifiers that are coming in. And now there's a clear pathway into the MODUS Super Series, which is needed from the players.
99.
And they've bought into it as well, which is the important thing with the Vault series and everything like that. So it's just a joy to see that they're getting involved and the standard is going up.
And the thing is, this is just year 1 of the
58.
ADC project with the Super Series. So once we get that first year out of the way with, and you know, like any project, things will improve over
82.
time as well. It'll only grow, only evolve. There'll be more events probably for players as well going forward. And this is a real true pathway for players without a tour card to play still at the highest possible level.
Yeah, some ferret counting from Ryan Harrington there, leaving the bogey
49.
number.
Michelle, you require 134.
Gone the more traditional route. We see more and more. That would have been 54 tops.
43.
But he's made a mess
Ryan,
of
you
it.
require 110.
Ryan Harrington looking at 110 to serve the bagel in the opening game. 90 left. Not going to do it. So Michelle van der Horst will be back
54.
at 91.
Michelle, you require 91.
First start should be at the ball. Missed the target, but it was the right way to go. Missed the big number. So Harrington pinned this
85.
last time out.
Ryan, you
Can he
require
do it again?
56.
Tops. 2 match darts incoming for Harrington. Surely that's a great guide.
36.
The over adjustment is there.
Michelle, you require
Match darts
6.
have come and gone.
And so Van der Horst gets a reprieve and goes straight for double
Game
free.
shot on the fourth
Finds
leg.
a double
Michelle
free
van der Horst.
to at least give himself a glimmer of hope in this game. He pulls it back to 3-1. But ultimately here, Ryan Harrington has the throw in
Fifth leg
this
is Ryan
fifth
to throw
leg
first.
to get the
Game
job
on.
done and to put the first 2 points on the board in this Group C campaign.
It'll be interesting to see, will those match darts be on his mind? Because they were well thrown darts,
58.
one above, one slightly under. And comes up dry in the opening visit of leg 5.
100.
And he's a wily old character, Michelle van der Horst. He's one of those you kind of got to scrape off the board.
125.
He's got this endemic ability to not be beaten until that last dart goes in. And
100.
had Scott Mitchell in the commentary box on Monday, Tuesday, and
136.
Wednesday, and he was talking about how difficult back in the tour days he was to be. He was one of those players that you knew you played in a tournament, you got your work cut out. Case in point.
180.
Yeah, we just haven't seen enough of those big scoring visits from him in this game. Only 140 and the one maximum there.
130. Michelle, you require 121.
11 for the ball. Dragged
90.
it. Ryan Harrington coming
52.
back, more match darts.
Going to be 2 in his hand, a double 16 to pick up the first points of the group.
20.
But they come and they go,
Michelle,
and
you
Van der
require
Horst comes back for 31 to pull another one back. 25 left. Double 11. He has had quite a penchant of this part of the board
9.
this week, but not on this
Ryan,
particular
you require
occasion.
32.
So here we go. 3 clear. Is that too close? Going to have to find the bottom corner.
Game, shot,
and he does.
and
Middle
match,
of the bed
Ryan Harrington.
from Ryan Harrington. Seals a 4-1 win in our opening game over Michelle van der Horst. Coming up after the break, we're going to see a blockbuster of a tie between Shane McGurk and Thibaut Tricol.
Welcome back. The second game in Group C about to get underway, and it's Thibaut Tricol we've seen here all week about to take on Shane McGurk, who the bookies have made the favourite to win this group. It will be interesting to see how he handles that billing. But if we take a look at some of his stats in his previous appearances, compiled together here at the Super Series, you'll see he wins just shy of half the legs he plays. He might have to sharpen up that checkout success rate a little bit to be successful this week, but has plenty of big scoring power and a running average of just under 85. Very, very respectable indeed. So let's see how he gets on with the task of toppling Tricol. Back to Phil and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. So game 2 of our session sees Shane McGurk up against Thibaut Tricol. We've seen Tricol in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and we haven't really seen him get out of the gates immaculately. He tends to improve as the session goes along, does the impressive Frenchman, but he's up against the 28-year-old Shane McGurk on your screen there, the arrow. It's a third appearance for him at the Super Series, having participated in Series 2 and 3. Made it through to finals night last time out, didn't manage to make it through the groups in the end. He's up against Tricol, who it would feel if he was successful on Saturday night, if he was to get through, would be a long overdue weekly title here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Shane McGurk because I just think his A game is absolutely exceptional.
81.
Power scoring, big finishing. It's can he hook it up?
You feel McGurk's one of those players indicative of the Super Series in the respect that we know the ceiling they got in
100.
terms of an A game, but when they need a B game to get themselves through the well, maybe every now and then it's not there.
Yeah, completely. And I think that's the honest
30.
answer about most players here at the Super Series. Their A game is up there with some of the very best, but their B game isn't good enough for them to win ugly
100.
on tour. And I think that's why they're here, because they don't play their A game often enough to go to those heights. We've seen Jelle Klaasen
95.
come here and win. We've seen him do great things on the Euro Tour, qualify for Euro Tours, but we don't see that enough.
60.
And that's not just Jelle. The list is long of those players. We've seen it from Steve West, who we're going to see in Group B, Robert Thornton, and everyone like that their A games are well and truly up there.
Well, these two have met recently. They met on the Challenge Tour back at the start of May, and it was Thibaut Tricol who ran out a 5-3 victor against McGurk in the last 64 encounters. So these two do have recent history. How much is that going to play into proceedings here?
99.
And again, Shane McGurk, 56 after 15. Thibaut Tricol will be disappointed he's not closer.
60. Shane, you require 56.
Doesn't really apply pressure either. So McGurk, 16 for tops and 1-0.
Game shot in the
Clinical.
first leg. Shane McGurk.
And that's what we're talking about.
It's taking those sorts of opportunities which
Second leg is Thibaut
separate you from
first.
success and
Game
failure.
on.
Going back to that game, it wasn't a classic, it has to be said. Both players averaging in the 70s.
43.
Tricol went on to win that, then went out in the next round, defeated by Mark McGeaney, who's actually lost to a couple of times on the Challenge Tour over the course of 2023.
Unfortunate dart on the floor there from Shane McGurk, and Thibaut Tricol's kind of got away with it.
125.
Thibaut's one of those players where maybe one of his best attributes is timing. When he knows that he's behind in the leg, he can just put in a big score and put your opponent under pressure, and sometimes they can submit as a consequence.
60.
Yeah, potentially, but it's more worrying the fact that we see this more and more from Thibaut. It's those slow starts and doesn't get out the gate, and in big games, especially
100.
over this format, race to 4, you can't do it, because in the blink of an eye, you could find yourself 2 or 3-0 down with too much work to do. No matter how well you're playing, mountains can't be climbed all the time.
$91.
McGurk first to have finished, but Tricol can leave it handy here from 177.
That dart's not really, it's in no man's land.
59.
And because
Shane,
of
you
it,
require
there's no trouble, because he
170.
can't use them as guides or markers to work off of. Oh, hello. That's perfect for another one. You can see by the look on his face, he's disappointed,
134.
because the way that
Thibaut
first
required
dart was stood up,
118.
it was begging to be hit.
54 first. Double 11. Just inside.
107.
And so McGurk for the
Shane
break.
requires
Wants double
36.
18 and a 2-0 lead.
It's a very unique way of going, that. Shane McGurk, a long, long way away with dart 1, and the over-adjustment
Game
is
shot in
there,
the
but he's
second leg.
found the
Shane
horrible
McGurk.
double 9, and it is 2-0 to Shane McGurk. And right now, he's
Third
bossing
leg is
this game.
Shane to throw
Tricol
first.
not
Game
firing
on.
at all.
Well, we say that not popular double 9, but it's actually been hit a couple of times. Maybe it's becoming a little bit more of a friend for our players here.
96.
Not that you want to be going down that route, because it indicates you're missing darts elsewhere.
Yeah, I was about to say that if you're going and hitting double 9, it just says that your double 18 hitting isn't the best.
I'm sure there's someone that's going to tweet into us in a
140.
minute saying, well, I like double 9, it's my favourite double. It's always one person like that.
45.
Of course, you want to get in touch with us at the Super Series, you can do. At MSS Darts is the handle on our social media, and we will get in touch with some of your comments
85.
and observations over the course of the afternoon and this evening. Remember, double session day will be back at 10 o'clock for the beginning of Group B on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
41.
channel.
And of course, if you haven't yet, head over to dartshop.tv and get your tickets for Saturday night.
100.
As if by magic, little QR code on screen there, give that a scan and it will take you directly to the page that you need to be here at the Live Lounge on Saturday night.
140.
And of course, it's available for every single week, so if you're living a little bit further afield from us in Portsmouth on the south coast, you can plan your week accordingly. Come and enjoy. I know a lot of people have been, a couple of weeks ago we had a few people coming from the Kent area and coming up from Essex, London, Midlands, just to come and enjoy a night at the darts, and it really is a unique atmosphere here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
T-Bow, you require 76.
Big moments here. It's going to get 2 darts at 888. Just work off of that guide,
Game
and he
shot
does
in the
it
third leg.
to
T-Bow
perfection.
Tricol.
T-Bow Tricol is back in this match, and that was needed because McGurk had the darts there.
Fourth leg is
And
T-Bow
3-0 would have been an awful long way
Primo.
back, but we're back on throw, and T-Bow Tricol has put 10 points on the average, and that's more of the man that got to the Lakeside final.
Well, this is as good a
100.
start as we've seen from T-Bow Tricol over the course of the week, because his first 2 game average compared to his last 2, well, there's a massive swing. There's 9 points in it. T-Bow Tricol, his first 2 game
60.
average across his first 2 matches across the first 3 days is 77.79. But if you contrast it to his last 2 games of each of the 3 days in Group A, it
85.
was actually 86.29. So that is a huge disparity between the beginning and the end of sessions.
And Shane
60.
McGurk's just lost the line for the last leg and a bit. He can't find that first dart in the top of the treble 20 bed, and that's showing because his average is
123.
dropping as Tricol's is climbing. That's better. That's almost a perfect first dart. And that's what happens when you find the range,
180.
find the rhythm. McGurk fires in a huge max.
But Tricol is given as good as he can
177.
get. Suddenly heating up here. Tricol leaving 888 for a 13, and have a look at this. He was getting a bit excited for a second, Shane McGurk. Head down, head down.
139.
And that is exactly
T-Bow
what he
requires
does. And so
16.
Tricol, 888 for a 13 darter and 2 apiece.
Game shot
Balls
on
is
the
good
fourth leg.
enough.
T-Bow Tricol.
Tricol levels it up at 2 apiece, but going back to that McGurk one, I'd have been tempted just to fire it in, hit the maximum,
Fifth leg
let
is Shane to
Justin
throw
bellow
first.
at 180
Game on.
and just make Tricol think.
Well, even though we've not got the crowd here today, it's different to the Pro Tour setup in the fact that the referees will bellow out their 180
36.
calls. And so it does give that little bit of scoreboard pressure for the players.
We've seen Dirk do it on the Euro Tour more than once this year. You just throw,
60.
apply some pressure.
He's a guy who hits 180s on 187, leaves 7 and goes
96.
5-1-1.
Only Dirk.
I mean, he did end up winning the leg.
97.
Doesn't matter how if you do.
But yeah, Tricol has just found something 14 and 15 dart legs in the
180.
last 2 as the Frenchman starts the motor. And of course, we will see him at the World Cup next week.
40.
I bet you overjoyed it's all pairs.
Cannot wait. As Barry Hearn said in New York, silly singles.
139.
Well, that wasn't a silly single for McGurk. And maybe Tricol winning that last leg could be pivotal, because that was just at the beginning of the McGurk incliner performance. He has gone a little bit
81.
bonkers over the
Shane,
last
you
leg and a
require
half.
50.
And this is to go in front 3-2.
Going to get 2 darts at double 16 to retake the lead.
18.
Cannot take them, but because of his heavy scoring in this leg, Tricol is not going to get darts. And he's being wild here.
78. Shane, you
Effectively
require
recovery of the
32.
last dart. Might be academic. Will
Game
be
shot on the fifth
academic, and
leg.
McGurk
Shane
is a leg
McGurk.
away from sealing his first win here at the Super Series. The arrow 3-2 up. And just as a little side note, you may see on the table on the stage,
Game on.
McGurk's setup. That is actually a pencil case, a bona fide pencil case, which he keeps all of his equipment
44.
in.
Why not just buy a dart case? But I like it. It's quirky.
I wonder if he has the big rubber. Everyone had the big rubber in their pencil case, didn't we? There we go.
I like the branding and I like the way he stands it up that everyone can see it. I'm on board with that.
140.
Call me a cynic. It's a good spot for a sponsor.
Don't know what you're on about, Henry.
45.
Ran out of patches on his shirt, so stick one on his case.
There's nothing against the walls about that yet.
100.
I feel someone typing as we speak.
I can hear angry darts players thinking there's a lost revenue opportunity there now, which wasn't there to start with. The opportunity of winning the game here moves into the mirror for McGurk.
This is the pivotal visit here because Tricol will want this.
95.
So he would have wanted a 2-darter, but instead he's left the tricky 1-2-2. Should go to 16s.
136. T-Bow require 122.
18s first. My French isn't very good, but I can understand what he's feeling right now just by the facial expressions.
And so it gives McGurk the opportunity.
42.
He's made a real rush towards the line here to get over the line. Tops. To seal it for Shane. Double 10.
Game.
Found with the last dart in hand, and Shane McGurk gets the better of Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 2. He's off and running for the day, and for Thibaut Tricol, it is a opening game defeat once again. For McGurk, it's a very tidy opener, 91.4 the average, and 4 out of 11 when it came to the finishing. So, one more game to go in our first cycle of fixtures. It sees the return to the Super Series of Jack Main as he takes on Lisa Ashton.
Right then, game 3, and we're going to take a first look this week at Jack May. Now, he was runner-up last time he was here in week 3 of Series 3, losing a thrilling final to Jelle Klaassen. He had that uniform checkout success rate of 33.33%, meaning if he leaves a double, he hits it when he's got 3 in hand. Plenty of 180s that week and a high checkout of 150, and again around the 85 mark as an average. It will be competitive here at the Super Series. If he can up it slightly, maybe he can go one better and indeed be the main man. He takes on the leading lady of darts, Lisa Ashton, in match 3 of today's 25, and our commentary team this afternoon is Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, looking forward to seeing Jack May back in action at the Super Series. Mr. Dart at the bullseye last time out to beat Jelle Klaassen and qualify for Champions Week. And since then, things have been quite good for Jack. Runner-up in an event in Germany, won an ADC Tour event as well on the first weekend of that. The former tour card holder from Norwich, the main man, was a part of the Norwich City Academy setup before taking up professional darts. Up against him, the 52-year-old Lisa Ashton. And, well, we don't need any introduction to her career. 4-time champion of the world, and her ambitions is for that number to grow as well. What are we looking forward to in this one, Phil?
Looking forward to seeing Jack back on stage in front of a TV camera, because we've seen his, again, we speak about A-games so much here, but we've seen that on the Pro Tour. We've seen 9 darters, we've seen blistering averages, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. I'm also looking forward to seeing Lisa Ashton as well, because we saw her go and play in the first ADC Women's Tour events. She played the Sunday. We was chatting to her earlier. She couldn't play the Saturday ones because she already had prior engagements, but she travelled to Bridlington to do the events on the Sunday, and look, she won them. No surprise there, but it's good to see Lisa going back and just getting some confidence again, because over the last 2 years, we haven't seen the best of her, but she admits that as herself. There's been things going on behind the scenes, but it's just nice to see Lisa back out playing and winning events.
Yesterday was a much improved day as far as Lisa Ashton was concerned.
91,
didn't average below 80 in any of her games. The
151.
lowest average, in fact, was 81.39, as Main's the first player to finish in this opening leg. But he's not going to take out the 151, and Lisa Ashton has already taken out the big fish this week. Is she going to repeat the feat? Not on this occasion.
17. Jack, you require 96.
Jack May, possible 14 darter. I'm sure he'll take 15. Double, tops.
Game shot in the first leg.
Absolutely sensational from Jack May. Double, 96 finish to take the opener in 15 darts. And the main man looking
Second
in the
leg is
mood
Lisa
here.
To throw first. Game on.
Picking up pretty much from where he left off last time out.
60.
And when we looked at those stats at the beginning of the game that Merv alluded to up on the balcony, if he plays
44.
anything like that, once again, he will be in and around it, sniffing around the Saturday night jackpot, possibly.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see where his points tally is compared to last time. 12 points, got him runner-up in Group C to Danny Lowby. So in his head, he knows roughly what points he's going to need to get through.
Matthew Edgar calls this the rule of 3 in Group C. If you're going to get through, don't lose any more than 3 matches. Okay, there's weeks where it can bunch up and it can get tighter, but
141.
if you make it to 14, you give yourself a very good opportunity.
Yeah, it might be slightly lower in groups like this because it looks so competitive. They may all beat each other, so when it's like that, it will be a lower points tally than someone running away with it.
60. Lisa, you require 141.
Ashton 141 to level this game back up. Not going to happen on this occasion.
85.
Leaves it handy enough if Main can't take out the 158. He's already taken out the 96 in the opener, but he's not going to continue with a big ton-topping finish. The Scott Mitchell special.
134. Lisa, you require 56.
Will she go for a beloved double 18? No, she goes for tops.
Game shot in the second leg. Lisa Ashton.
Clinical from Lisa Ashton. They're both 1 from 1. Well, Jack
Third
Main.
leg is Jack to throw first.
2 from 1 if
Game
we're being
on.
technical about it. But look, it's a fabulous game so far, and this is warming up into an absolute beauty here in match number 3.
101.
Hypothetically speaking, if Jack Main's 2 from 1, what does his checkout percentage actually read?
140.
I can hear some stats person in the background here having an absolute meltdown right about now.
93.
Nice side on cam there of Jack Main. And Lisa Ashton, we see there, it's not a full
96.
extension of the arm. Kind of stops halfway through where Jack Main's is right the way through. Back and away it goes.
85.
But should go down first. Where if you look at the Lisa arm, it's not the complete follow through.
171.
However, they still hit the target because that is brilliant from Lisa Ashton, and there is a break of throw pending here.
52. Lisa, you require
Both players
94.
really going with the flow in this game. You can tell they're both enjoying the pace of it. Goes bullseye first, finding the 25, which means that 19 leaves herself a dart at the bull. Has to shuffle across to find it.
47. Jack, you require 170.
And Jack Main have a happy accident there. Slipped into the treble 4, but still left to finish.
98.
Could have been so much worse.
Lisa, you
But
require
Lisa Ashton,
47.
47 to lead 2-1. Double 16. Can you work off of that, Lisa?
15.
How's that not gone in?
Jack, you
It's
require
come inside
72.
the dart and somehow gone between point and wire.
She did the right thing, but it didn't find what she wanted. So 15 for the bull for Jack Main.
Game shot in the third
Succulently
leg.
found.
Jack Main.
The main man beds the ball to lead 2-1. After Ashton had 2 opportunities of her own to get the
Fourth
leg
leg
one
is
on
Lisa
double
to throw
16.
first. Game on.
And inside, Lisa will be gutted with herself there because she's
93.
thrown a beautiful dart to break and somehow it's not found the target.
43.
You feel it's going to be a group that is going to be decided by those fine edge margins. Sometimes we look at Group C and we think if a
177.
player drops down from Group A, which you think probably should have qualified for Group B, we tend to think that they'll dominate the group, but there just seems to be no sign and indications when you look at the cast list this week that that's going to happen at all.
93.
No, on paper you wouldn't say so, but it was not beyond the realms that someone has an absolute beautiful day, wins 5 from 5, and then they're in pole position
57.
overnight.
And then they've got to hope they don't get Walters.
Yeah.
He loves that being brought up every week.
97. $134.
Right now, Lisa Ashton is outscoring Jack Main, which I didn't see happening at the start of the day because we hadn't seen this scoring power from Lisa
140.
in Group A.
Lisa,
But
you
all of a
require
sudden,
40.
she's found something, and this is the Lisa that wins matches.
Game shot
This
in
is
the
the
fourth
Lisa
leg.
that wins
Lisa
titles
Ashton.
as the Lancashire Rose levels up 2-2, and the average is now over the 94 mark.
Fifth
And
leg
you
is Jack
mentioned that
to throw
power
first.
scoring from Lisa
Game
and
on.
outscoring Jack Main. She's had 5 140 plus throws in this game compared to Jack Main's 2. And of course, one of those visits being a 171 as well, which
45.
is a de facto maximum.
Well, she's had 171 and a 177. So
100.
it's just been sensational.
We did see an increase from Ashton yesterday.
82.
She hit 6 maximums on Wednesday in comparison to just 1 on both day 1 and 2.
60.
That's a beautiful 60, but she'll be devastated. It's not more. All hugging that top wire.
93.
But right now, Jack Main just needs to find something. He's almost hanging on to Lisa's coattails here, even though it is 2-2.
100.
Lisa, in the ascendancy, has been the better player over the last 3 legs.
When someone's needed to find that level, Lisa's been able just to put things up a gear at those crucial moments around this mark of a leg.
Another one puts her in a fabulous position.
100.
All about setting up for Jack Main. How much he'd love the game's first max.
140.
140 will do if
Lisa,
this
you
doesn't
require
go.
141.
141 isn't going to go.
91. Jack, you require 56.
16 for tops to lead again. 10s as you start to chase.
Game
But
shot on the
that is
fifth
a
leg.
great
Jack
cover
Main.
shot to the 10s from Jack Main because the dart at tops was dragged low, but Jack Main does lead once again.
Sixth leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
And crucially, he is on the hill. And Ashton, who had such a good flurry in the middle of the match,
100.
now finds herself chasing.
.46. Shake of the head there from Jack Main. He can't find anything on the Ashton throw right now.
100.
That's a much better first dart. You'll be disappointed that's only a ton from dart 1.
And that's been the difference, Jack Main, with those one treble visits where Lisa's been able to convert them into 2 or more. Tell a lie.
180. Lisa,
First maximum of the match, and it goes the way of the main man, but it doesn't leave a finish because that's how poor the scoring had been up until then.
It's about setting up now and then hoping that there is a miss from the Lancashire Rose.
It's not something that you want to do too often, is hope that.
99. Lisa, you require 70.
Tops.
Game shot on the
That's a
sixth leg.
fabulous
Lisa
start
Ashton.
because the setup, the way Lisa's dart sticks up, that would have blocked a lot of the bed. She hasn't got the flatty
Jack to throw
in the
first. Game on.
in the cabinet like we've seen from Daryl Gurney. So that is an immaculate dart at tops to send us all the way from Lisa Ashton.
45.
And also the shape of the Ashton barrel also means that any kind of connection with the dart, you're in trouble.
100.
It's not just the dart either, it's the type of flight that she uses. She uses the moulded flight that we're seeing more and more and becoming more fashionable, where the old school flights, they're more forgiving, where even if you fire a dart into one, it doesn't take all the power out of it. It might not go in its intended target, but it will still end up in the board. But these moulded flights, there is no giving them, and if you hit one of them, it's normally dart on the floor.
$59.
Lisa, if she finds a treble, and she has,
85.
she's effectively stolen the darts here, and it is advantage Lisa Ashton in the deciding leg.
140.
It's a fabulous response, though, from Jack Main. Leaves a finish. But it's going to be under all kinds of pressure. 140 to leave
Jack,
76. Jack Main, over to you.
How many times have we seen Lisa Ashton hit a 2 treble visit to set up a finish? And this time the 76 could be the one that wins her the game, that gets the opening points on the board. 2 at #8. Only needs the one. And the Lancashire Rose is up and running in Group C, getting the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 3. An impressive game, a standard bearing game. Lisa Ashton with a 96.24 average, 4 out of 8 when it comes to the doubles. That's her best average over the course of the week so far. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Michelle van der Horst and Shane McGurk will return.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back onto the second round of fixtures in Group C now, starting with Shane McGurk, who defeated Thibaut Tricol in his first match, and Michel van der Horst, who was beaten by Ryan Harrington. And van der Horst, well, he's been here all week and had a relatively slow start in Group A before coming good in the end. His maximum hitting was particularly impressive. You can see there, 22, that was the most in the group, in fact, and that 82.25 average, perhaps affected by that slow start. Can't afford to crawl off the grid in this group with it only being a couple of days and 10 matches, so really might need to get a win in this match. And to talk you through it, it is Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to everyone here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Looking forward to this one. Shane McGurk played exceptionally well in his opening tie, and I think he could do some damage here, Henry.
Well, if you compare both players' first matches together, yes, both won their opening match. Van der Horst lost 4-1 to Ryan Harrington in his opening match, and it was a real struggle for him. Harrington just had too much in the end in terms of quality. For McGurk, well, the average was 91.5. That's the kind of base that we expect
60.
upon him. 4 of 11 on the finishing, which indicates by and large he's going to take most of the opportunities that he's going to get with 3 clear darts in hand.
46.
And we've seen it from Michel, where the first couple of games, a bit like Tricol actually, in all truth, can be slow in terms of the average stakes and then gets better as the day goes along. But when he does flow, the 140s and 180s, they flying off a sixpence.
Yeah, and we saw that Shane McGurk after leg 2 against Tricol was just sensational in the scoring stakes, and he was up against it because Tricol fired back at him as well, but he had the answers.
44.
I think we're seeing already in this Group C, and I know we've only seen one cycle of fixtures, but
60.
I think from the top end, we're seeing numbers which I don't think A, are going to deviate, and B, probably ain't going to differentiate
57.
much from each other.
No, not at all. Look, Shane McGurk's had a bit of a slow start here. I expect that average to climb. I know we're only in leg 1, so it's
80.
just a pure guide at the moment, but I just think that he'll go through the gears. I'm not sure that Van der Horst has the same gears as McGurk.
180.
As classic commentators curse, he piles in a max.
Standard.
Now you know what I have to put up with on a daily basis.
$29.
So, Van der
Michel, you
Horst,
require
double
20.
10 for the opening leg.
Surely he can just come off that.
Game shot on
and
the
he
first
does.
leg. Michel van der
It was
Horst.
a much better guide than we saw at his doubles in his first one because he couldn't use them as guides. But it is a holder throw.
Second leg is Shane to throw first. Game on. $100.
Of course, Shane McGurk will have to find a break of throw if he's to win this game.
54.
Which is why he won't panic about losing that first leg, even though he'll be disappointed with the way that he played in it.
Yeah, Shane's one of those players that he will always feel that his scoring power will create opportunities no matter who he's playing.
134.
Going to run for cover. That first dart's a blocker.
96.
Finds one, treble 19.
$93.
Van der Horst chasing round the board, but does find the treble 18. Last dart in hand to keep him in this leg.
55.
That's one criticism there of Shane McGurk. That last dart should have been at the ball.
129. Shane, you
He can
require
have three of them if he
150.
likes here. He was never going to do that. 74 left, so it should go up for treble 14. Treble 18, of course, also an option.
87. Michelle, you require 91.
That's the right route, because now we'll get a dart at the ball to break.
53.
Wild.
Shane, you require 63.
But 63 is not a gimme. It's a fabulous first dart. Gives him 2 darts at double 12. He's dragged it into the double 9. Will double 3 rescue him?
60.
Not this time around.
Michelle, you require 38.
So Michelle van der Horst darts at double 19 to lead 2-0.
Game shot in the
He was
second
almost in
leg.
Chichester
Michelle
when he
van
threw
der
that one,
Horst.
but it's fanned the target.
Forget Chichester, he's almost in Bournemouth. He had to move all the way across
Third
to
leg
the
is
west
Michelle to
there,
throw
but he
first.
found a way
Game on.
in the end to find the double 19 with just a small portion to aim at. He doubles the lead, importantly, breaking the McGurk throw. And have a look at this for a start to leg 3.
125. $134.
Not the same Shane McGurk that we saw in match 1, and this goes back to the point we made about B games.
140.
And it can be referenced in his Challenge Tour form in 2023. For example, Challenge Tour 12 kicks off an 80 average, then down to a 76,
100.
up to a 98.88. So we know he's got a very high ceiling, but sometimes the consistency element is not there,
58.
maybe when he wants it to be.
When he needs it more than anything. He's one that's in the same bracket as Cameron Menzies, that's been spoken about for a long, long time, about great players that don't have a tour card. Obviously, Cameron went on to win his card, and we've seen him do
60.
some great stuff on
Shane
the Euro
Lacroix,
Tour,
127.
play well at the World Championships, and Shane McGurk's in that bracket of one of the best players we've seen in terms of a ceiling, not to have a tour card at all.
102.
But what
Michelle,
he can
you
do is
require
provide us with some
118.
magic moments. He nearly did there with the 1, 2, 7 and game. Van der Horst finds the trouble there to leave double 19 again.
99.
But this time it doesn't go.
Shane, you require 25.
And so McGurk returns for the 25 to accrue the break back, to return the game to throw. It's going to be 2 in his hand at double 8. That's a nice little guide if he can just bounce it off the barrel and
Game
in.
shot in the third
That's
leg.
exactly
Shane
what he
McGurk.
does. And so McGurk back in this game, accruing the break to make it 2-1.
Fourth leg is Shane to throw
Much
first.
needed 15
Game
dart
on.
leg for Shane McGurk, and we are back on throw.
$140.
All of a sudden, we're seeing Shane McGurk hit that red bit
85.
more and more. Love this shot. The ball darts just gliding in, and for you guys at home, you get to see exactly a
140.
player's view of how much of the bed they can see.
Well, he could have seen all of the treble 20 after that first start, Michel van der Horst.
26.
Shouldn't run for cover. We moved along and forced the angle.
140.
And all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Shane McGurk is turning the screw and looking as if
59.
he's going to level it up.
Shane, you require 81.
81. 57 will leave double 12. 72, 16s. Another 16 to leave tops.
41.
With Van der Horst not in the same neighbourhood.
We had this similar type mid-match move, didn't he, against Thibaut Tricol in the opening matches.
Shane, you require 40.
Thibaut pulled it back to 2-2, pulled out 2 decent legs to get the job done. Is he just beginning to find his form once again in the middle of a match?
Game shot on the fourth
tops,
leg.
15 darter, 2 apiece, and at the minute it feels like both players are like ships passing in the night as Shane McGurk inclines his performance.
Fifth leg is Michel
van der Horst feels as if he
on.
may be just stuck a little bit in the middle of the seat.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 dart legs for Shane McGurk, and he's put 13 points on that average from when he trailed 2-0.
In fairness, Van der Horst's game and average hasn't really changed too much. It's just been the incline of the McGurk performance,
25.
which has put him in this position. And as soon as we say that, he kicks off a leg, of course, with a 25.
Yeah, dart on the floor never helps.
45.
But even with that dart on the floor, Van der Horst has not punished as much as he'd like.
And it's at this stage now
95.
where you really are scurrying for that breaker throw of your Shane McGurk. And so that 25 poor start amplifies even more pressure upon him at this crucial
94.
portion of the match.
Yeah, the classier moments in this match are coming from McGurk now. It's can Van der Horst weather that storm
58.
like McGurk did early on.
$56.
At least he's gone the right route there. 4 18s would have left the fish.
140.
No ferret counting for Van der Horst.
100.
Right. Slipped into the treble 5.
54.
He can't find a big
Michel
treble.
Uruguay,
There was a
106.
moment there for McGurk. 54 would have left 32.
24. Shane, you require 129.
19's first. Go your own way, Shane. Go your own way.
The Fleetwood Mac approach.
27. Michel, you require 82.
65. Bullseye. How much can he see? It's a
57.
great effort.
Shane, you require 102.
Because the way that first dart stood up meant that there was pretty much little to aim at as far as he's concerned. He started off treble 14, which means he's going to get a dart at tops.
63.
But that first dart you could see
Michel,
was a
you
real
require 25.
obscurer, and so he had to move across to the right. And Van der Horst double 12.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Michel van der Horst.
Michel van der Horst can take a lot of credit there because he was under it. He's messed
Sixth leg,
up,
it's Shane to throw first.
but he
Game
found
on.
some composure when it really mattered.
And so McGurk, despite all his brilliance in the middle part of the match now,
100.
with serve in the sixth, needs to hold to take us the distance. Van der Horst is on the hill.
58.
But a treble a start, and so McGurk has a little bit of breathing room if he can find another, at least one treble visit.
60.
Comes up dry. Can Van der Horst punish?
93.
Not enough. Needed 2 trebles because it is McGurk's darts, and that is perfect. But he's not used it.
99.
I can hear Paul Nicholson in the background, just somewhere at home, shouting the 350 in 6.
180.
Huge, huge moments here.
$140. Michel, you require 170.
Big Fish is not going to go. So McGurk, who missed this shot
58.
in the last leg.
Shane, you require 102.
Same MO, 14s. This time he can't find the treble, but double 14. And
Game
that is
shot on the sixth leg.
sensational
Shane McGurk.
from Shane McGurk. He missed it last time out, but this time pins it, and we are going the distance, Henry.
As the old saying
Seventh and
goes,
final
if
leg,
at
it's
first you
Michelle
don't
to throw
succeed,
first.
try and try and
Game
try
on.
again. That's exactly what Shane McGurk did there. Missed it on tops in the last leg, that 102 out, but he beds it with a double 14 in this.
85.
And for the second game in succession, we go all the way to a last leg decider. It's Van der Horst with the darts, looking for his first victory after losing out to Ryan Harrington 4-1 in the opener.
57.
McGurk, it'd be a case of 2 from 2, and he would assert the early authority in the group.
Yeah, and all three of Shane McGurk's winning legs have been 15 darts.
41.
What he'd give for another one.
The par for the course. We shouldn't really reference golf this week, should we?
96.
Something big happened, is it?
Yeah. I don't know if you heard about it, but apparently it's something to do with the PGA
83.
Tour and Live and something. I don't think it made on the news or anything.
But after that fabulous finish,
93.
Shane McGurk has not scored the way he'd wanted to. Yes, he's found a couple of big trebles, but he would been crying out
43.
for a couple of 2 treble visits and apply pressure.
However, though, he's being allowed to get away with it because Van der Horst can't fire anything back in opposition.
93.
Yes, scratch your head, Shane. You know what you've done.
81.
There's more bogeys here than in Dick and Dom's bungalow.
No. 17s.
92.
So, McGurk will expect one match start.
84.
May get
Shane
2.
requires 70.
10s or 18s. What's your choice? 2 at tops to win it. Drag low, 10s. But
Game,
this time,
shot,
Shane
and
McGurk
match. Shane
pins
McGurk.
double 10 to come from behind to seal the point as he goes 2 from 2 in Group C. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Lisa Ashton against Ryan Harrington.
The Arrows action is coming thick and fast here at the MODUS Super Series. And next up, we have two players who won their opening games in Group C earlier this afternoon. Lancashire's Lisa Ashton rose to the occasion in defeating Jack Main, while Ryan Harrington breezed past Michelle van der Horst. Now, last time Harrington was here, he only got one win on the opening day of Group C, and the damage was done. He played in Group A as well that week, but ultimately his campaign ended in disappointment, despite some highlights, none more so than that 170 finish. But you would think he'd have to improve on just about every other stat from that previous series to make it to Saturday this week. However, he is already off to a better start. Commentary for this one comes from Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone. Match number 5 here at the MODUS Super Series live on our YouTube channel. And I'm expecting big things from Lisa Ashton, because the Lancashire Rose has turned up here in Group C, sensational in her opening game. And if she plays to that, Ryan's got some work to do.
Some serious work to do. Yes, he won his opening game, but it was actually below those stats that we saw on the screen prior to this game getting underway. And if you look at the difference between the two players from game 1 to game 2, well, the average was 18 points in Ashton's favour.
39.
And we saw little signs yesterday that she was getting better as the group was going along in Group A, and maybe playing herself into form at the perfect time. And she's experienced enough in this competition as well, Lisa Ashton, to know that whatever happens on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, if you don't get through Group A as the winner, it's kind of irrelevant.
57.
Just get yourself going again for the second shift.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are, what group you're in. You can't win and cannot book your place in Champions Week until Saturday. That's
60.
all you have to do, Monday to Friday, by hook or by crook, is be in Saturday night. Then it comes alive.
60.
What do they say? They don't write hound, they don't write the averages on the trophy.
Don't hand out winners' checks until Cup Collection Day.
95. 60.
Can't find a treble. Lisa, 4 visits to the board without a treble in comparison to our last game where she couldn't
58.
miss.
Jack Main's in the practice room thinking, why did you not do this against me?
Well, where was this performance 20 minutes ago? Jack will be thinking.
140.
I feel like a karaoke remix coming on here. What a difference a game makes.
I've heard you sing, I wouldn't.
50. Lisa, you require 145.
Yeah, it doesn't end well. Is this leg going to end well for Ashton? 145.
90. Ryan, you require 140.
Tidy enough. But from the first 4 visits without a treble, Ryan will be disappointed that this leg's still going on and Lisa's now favourite. Lisa pins the 55.
40.
Huge
Lisa,
opportunity missed
55.
from Ryan Harrington.
But Ashton's doing it again, setting up superbly
Getting
and
shot on the
finishing the
first
legs
leg.
well. And
Lisa
she does
Ashton.
exactly that here, pinning the tops to take a 1-0 lead. And after those first 4 visits, she went off 140, set off for the 90,
Second
and then
leg is
took out
Ryan
the
to throw
tops. First time of
Game on.
asking.
Yeah, the finishing clinical from Lisa Ashton. But if you're looking at it through a Ryan Harrington point of view, it's a 20 dart hold and you haven't had a dart at a double. You'll be disappointed with that.
58.
Because the opportunity is there.
$45.
Just waiting for this one to catch fire. And Ryan Harrington has to cover because the first dart's low.
80.
That one just flicked the flight on the way through, taking it away from the target. And that's what I mean, Henry, that Ryan uses the old-fashioned flight, and even though it's clipped the flight, it still ended up in the board. Not where he wanted to, but 3 points is better than none.
Unless it's on your driving licence, of course.
Don't know what you're on about.
123.
Those speed awareness courses are great, aren't they?
No.
Well, it's the 2 points that the players are fighting for in this one, and it would be to join Shane McGurk on 4 points. After his Thibaut Tricol, and Jack Main will be playing to ensure they're not on 0 by the time we join our friends on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock when play will resume from round 3 onwards. And then don't forget, we're back tonight. 10 o'clock is when we're going to begin on the Sporty Stuff TV and Super Series YouTube channel for our beginning of Group B action.
And Lisa, that 140 leaves a finish. It's a difficult one.
45.
But Ryan Harrington is not firing at all here whatsoever. So now she'll be thinking, he's not going to take this out.
94.
Can I leave this handy?
Ryan, you require 136.
Can you take it out, Ryan? Another one of them. Leaves double 8.
Game shot on
Harrington
the
hits!
second leg. Ryan Harrington.
And you may say, where has that come from? Because there was no indication in that leg whatsoever that that finish was on the cards. But moment of magic from Ryan Harrington. All 3 of those darts plumb in the middle of their targets. And that came from absolutely nowhere.
And Lisa Ashton, who probably would have thought she would have had at the very worst a dart to make it 2-0, is pegged back to 1 apiece.
134.
So we're going to have a look at the overhead angle of where the darts enter the board.
85.
And as you can see, again, that bulbous barrel that Lisa uses, it can be, depending on where the dart lies, a friend or foe.
Yeah, completely. We'll touch on Lisa in a minute.
139.
Where Ryan's do sit up more to attention, but Lisa uses quite a small point as well, or more of a standard point. So
60.
It goes in quite far as well, blocking a lot of the bed with the dart as well. That you saw Kim Hybrex was one that used a small point, and he tried to use a longer point because it increased the area you could see, because obviously the barrel was further away and the point can then get into it, but he just couldn't get used to them. And it just goes back there like that's a complete blocker, but she's used it and gone over the top very, very well there.
100. Ryan, you require 170.
Well, he took this out the last time he was here. Didn't have to take out of action on 196. But I feel like there's a little bit of a showman about Ryan that he would have if he had the opportunity.
There's a few players you know are always never going to decline a big finish.
60. Ryan, you require 110.
Well, if this 110 doesn't go, we could have the most ultimate case of darting irony. Second opportunity knocks for Harrington. Can't find the treble 18. And so can Ashton repay the favour.
Lisa, you require 136.
Some darting deja vu. Not this time. So Ryan Harrington will be back
96.
to break throw.
Ryan, you require 24.
Surely that's a great guide. Can you just flick off the barrel?
12.
The over adjustment is there and has the
Lisa,
opportunity passed him by.
That was for the break. Ashton holds on top. She leads 2-1. And Harrington, who took out that blockbuster 136 in the previous leg, has seen Ashton re-establish her lead. And she is halfway towards the finishing post now. How crucial could those couple of misses be in the end game?
Begging to be hit.
135.
And the drift into the 5s.
Get the sense of Ryan. He's very much a first dart merchant. When that first dart is found plumly, it invites bedfellows. But if the first one is just off, then he can find a couple of difficulties readjusting.
87.
He's not the most rhythmical player in terms of his action, but the way his darts stand up to attention. If the first one, like you say, is at the top of the bed, it's easy just to guide off and use that as a guide in, because it increases the surface, because you just like off of it and hit it, and it's going to drop in.
120.
Left a bogey number, but with a dart on the floor, couldn't do anything more.
43.
It's one of those, make the best of the situation as you will. But he's going to very quickly rectify it, and Ashton is, well, she's a myriad away in this leg.
99.
Can't really
140.
apply pressure either.
Ryan, you require 60.
So 60 for Harrington on a level game.
He's got the luxury of time,
Game
but
shot on the
time
fourth
he doesn't
leg.
need.
Ryan
Tops is
Harrington.
found for 2 apiece. And it looks like possibly, once again, we might have that scenario where we go all the way to the 7th. In fact,
Fifth
out
leg
of the
is
games
Lisa
we've
to throw
played so
first.
far today,
Game on.
Harrington beat Van der Horst 4-1. McGirt beat Chacol 4-2. And the previous 2 went all the way to deciders.
85.
Yeah, and it was the best leg of the match. Ryan Harrington levels up in 14 darts. Very tidy.
96.
Just feels like he's beginning to put the afterburners on.
Yeah, he missed an opportunity in the leg before to break
60.
and Lisa found the answers, but the classier work at the moment is coming from Ryan Harrington. Lisa not hitting the levels that she did in her opening game. And Harrington's just been steady.
140.
If not spectacular, he's just done enough so far.
$58.
19's the shot.
83.
5 19s would have left the big fish.
But he's going to get 6 on 182 regardless.
100.
Too many troubleless visits from Lisa Ashton in this match so far. Not getting away with
140.
it because Harrington is finding 2 treble visits like this. 96, 140, 83, 140 to leave 42
40.
after 12.
Ryan, you require 42.
And to get the break, which would put him 1 away from the match. So double 16 for
Game shot on the
back-to-back
fifth leg.
14s, and
Ryan
that time with a
Harrington.
break to put Harrington on the hill. And to go 1 away from getting the better of Lisa Ashton, and to make it 2 from 2
Sixth leg is
from his
Ryan to throw
programme of
first.
fixtures so
Game
far.
on.
He's putting in the big moments when it matters. He's putting in a push at the midway point of the match, and maybe taking this game away from the Lancashire Rose.
96.
Yeah, Ryan Harrington will want to get this one done here on throw. Will not want Lisa Ashton firing back.
140.
However, 140 from Lisa says otherwise.
140.
Been a lot of 140s for that man Justin Bradshaw to call today.
60.
But Lisa can't follow up the 140 from her opening visit. Now it's advantage Harrington.
83.
He's done exactly the same as he did last time. He was looking for the 519s to leave the fish, but exactly the same as last time, slipped into the 7 with the last dart.
180.
And the difference is this time Ashton's there to punish, and she leads herself on 1-2-1 after 9 against the darts. Harrington needs a treble here, you feel.
60.
Doesn't get one.
Lisa
Ashton,
require
1-2-1 to take us to a decider.
Bullseye.
96.
Oh, close
Ryan, you
from
require
Lisa Ashton.
122.
18s is the route. Treble. Can't find it.
54. Lisa, you require
Harrington
25.
seemingly changed this game with back-to-back 14s. Can Ashton find one of her own to take us all the way?
No
She's
score.
buzzed the score the other side of the wire.
Ryan, you
and so
require
Harrington
68.
is going to get his match-winning opportunity to make it 2 from 2.
Huge moment there, and you could see by the reaction from Lisa there, she knows this is a big moment. It's in. Harrington, 2 darts at double 16.
Game.
And there
shot,
it is,
and a
last
match.
dart in hand. Ryan Harrington seals a 4-2 victory, and he goes top of Group C with 2 wins from 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jack Main against Thibaut Tricol.
Welcome back. This next match features two players looking to bounce back from defeats in their opening encounters. It's Jack Main against Thibaut Tricol. I'll let you into a little inside info here. The Frenchman was so keen to right the wrongs from his first match that he actually came out to play the previous game, the one that was scheduled before this one, impatient to get back on the hockey. And he's trying to put things right this week because he was actually favourite to win Group A before a dart was thrown. But as you can see, we haven't really seen his best stuff so far. His highest level is so much better than that winning average, that highest winning average he's got there of 90.51. And he's a mean average away from the Super Series that is 6 full points higher than his running average this week. Can Thibaut find that French touch here, or can Main inflict more pain? Let's find out in the company of Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we've been having a look at the bookmakers' odds before this one gets underway. Thibaut Tricol coming out as the 8 to 11 favourite. Jack Main, even money, which when you look at the opening performance against Lisa Ashton, yes, it was in a losing effort, but 90.83 was the average, 75% when it came to the doubles. That even money could potentially be worth a little bit of a nibble.
Game on.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Jack is favourite for this game after what we've seen. I think 55. His levels are more consistent. We saw Thibaut have that little spell in the middle, but overall, I think Jack should be the favourite for this one.
58.
With Thibaut, we were having a look at the stats there. 6 points down from what he usually produces at the Super Series.
140.
What do you think's been the big difference for him this week compared to previous times we've seen him here?
I think perhaps he comes here not in the form that he has before, away from
85.
The Super Series. I think we've seen him do okay when he's fielding on the Pro Tour, but we've not seen him lift titles
95.
consistently this year where we have in years gone by in the WDF/BDO circuit back in the day. So I just think he comes here not in the best of form,
100.
and maybe that's boiling over here at the Live Lounge.
Well, he's made a good enough start to this one. Got the ascendancy with throw in the opening leg against Jack Main. And perhaps ironic, the Frenchman has left the Nelson.
140. Thibaut require 111.
51. 19 for double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
And what a start to this game from Thibaut Tricol. 15 darter, ton-topping finish. 1-0 to the Frenchman.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
A bit of va-va-voom from Thibaut Tricol. Bit of French flair from the French touch.
60.
Mentioned it in the introduction to his first game. You feel like with Thibaut, when you look at players who have played here a lot, when you look at caliber, capabilities and things like that, for him not to win a week in this format actually does come across as perhaps a little bit of surprise when you consider his pedigree.
It does, but it also says a lot about the standard here at the Super Series now. The bar continues
96.
to get higher. The better player that drops off the tour in terms of caliber of player, obviously that's better for us. So the standard is also going to raise that bar as well. From when we first started in Southampton to where we are now, the standard is night and day. So that's also going to fluctuate who was winning weeks back then to who's winning weeks now.
100.
And we've spoken about it with Group C in the past, where, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to anyone who may have played in a Group C in the past, but there felt like there was a little bit at times in the early days of a chasm between the players who came into Group C and the players who dropped out of Group A, for example, where now you look at all three groups and it feels evenly weighted.
65. Jack, you require 161.
That's just the evolution of the Super Series. When we first started, that players couldn't travel. We couldn't get players in from Europe. We struggled to get players in from the north of England,
99.
let alone flying in and whatever. So I think that's just a natural progression and a natural evolution of where the Super Series is, where it's going and what it can achieve.
Jack, you require 62.
What can Jack Main achieve on the 62? Well, that's not the worst accident in the world because he can stay there for double 16.
30.
Yeah, happy accident.
Thibaut require
However,
40.
Can't take it. So Thibaut Tricol tops for a break and 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Thibaut Tricol.
Break is applied. Thibaut Tricol leads 2-0, averaging nearly 94. Much improved from the
Third leg is Thibaut to
Frenchman.
throw
He said he
first.
wanted to get out
Game
there
on.
early. He got a little bit excited, but we can see why.
32 darts for the opening 2 legs. And he is pushing on and kicking on when it
180.
comes to the third.
$78.
Possibly he was going under the radar after the first 3 days. Maybe he's trying to send out a little bit of a statement to the field.
45.
And look, this is a big game for both because they both lost their opener. The loser of this is going to have some work to do.
140.
Took a wicked deflection, dart 3 from Jack Main. At the moment, Tricol is not letting up.
125.
It's all about what Jack Main can post in reply because Tricol is not
100.
deviating.
TV require
He's got 6 and 151 for a 3-0 lead. It's all about leaving it handy, but that treble 5 doesn't help.
38.
It doesn't, but it wasn't the end of the world because it did get rid of the odd. But dart 3 kind of undone that. But at the time, it wasn't the end of the world.
45. Thibaut require 113.
Right, taking out the 111. Can he take out the 113? It's tops.
73. Jack, you require 138. $88. Thibaut, you require 40.
Tops for a hold. And 3-0. Tens.
30.
He's come inside, and that dart looked
Jack,
a little
you
bit rushed to
require
me at
50.
tens. Never looked settled in the hand. So a lifeline for Jack Main to get back on throw. He's chasing around the board now
40.
and cannot take it.
Thibaut, you require 10.
And Tricol, who's already missed 4 darts for a 3-0 lead, comes back for 5s.
Game shot in the third leg.
And
Thibaut
Tricol's on the hill. He's 3-0 up against Jack Main, who is considered as one of the favourites to go on and make it through to Saturday night's final from this
Fourth leg is
group.
Jack to throw
And he is
first.
staring down
Game
the
on.
barrel now of 2 defeats on 2 to kick off his campaign.
44.
And Thibaut Tricol is undoing the poor result in the opener. If he can win this leg, this would catapult him into third place.
140.
You're effectively back to where you are, or where you were. You feel like you're on an even kilter.
140.
Jack Main noticeably throwing quicker in this fourth leg here as well. He's just trying to find something, trying to find a little bit of rhythm,
100.
a little spark, but that 140 was thrown at rapid pace.
I know Jack is very analytical about his game and he watches it back, but
85.
I feel like Jack plays his best when he plays with that rhythm.
137.
Huge 2 treble visit for Thibaut Tricol. Leaves 124
100.
after
Thibaut
9
require
and
124.
to serve the bagel. Going to get a dart for the bagel. Dragged well
113.
inside there, but one
Jack, you
match
require
dart has come and
132.
gone.
92. Thibaut, you require 11.
To counteract that first defeat with a 4-0 success and a fabulous performance.
7.
Double 2 doesn't go. Main returns to tops.
Jack, you require 40.
Huge moment.
Game shot on the fourth
And Jack
leg.
Main is up to it. He has a leg on the board, but Thibaut Tricol has missed 3 match darts. Jack Main
Fifth leg
lives
is
again.
Thibaut to throw first.
Can he
Game
build
on.
off of this?
However, this is the leg where Thibaut Tricol has the darts.
100.
In some aspects, he's done the easy bit by holding. Now he's got to accrue the break.
Those first 2
59.
darts are wild from Jack Main. 1 high, 1 low. Not troubling the treble at all.
60.
I have a little bit of an opening following a dry visit from Tricol himself.
59.
But Jack Main cannot punish.
60.
Again, dry from Tricol. They're both feeling it here in leg 5.
Both know the
45.
significance. You lose your first 2 games, you put yourself in a little bit of peril. And these are 2 big names in this group.
57.
And the rest of the field will feel whoever loses this game, we say it a lot with this group stage format, if you can get rid of them early, get rid of them as soon as possible.
84.
Because if you don't, it could come back to cost you.
Yeah, don't give talented dart players a second chance. And this group is littered
78.
with talented dart players. So if you have an opportunity, you have to take it.
41.
6 for the match, which
T-Bay
you call from
require
146.
146.
He's going to need the 6.
59.
Now it's a question, how much pressure can Jack Main apply? This one has to follow dart 2.
70.
And it doesn't,
T-Bay
it follows
require
dart 1.
87.
Could be game 1 for Tricol. If he can find the ball.
62.
Not to be.
Jackie
And so
require
Main needs a big
143.
Hail Mary 143.
And it's not going to go. So Tricol will be back for more match darts.
73. T-Bay require 25.
9. 2 at double 8. Can he work off of that as a marker?
9.
No is the answer.
Jackie requires
Thibaut
70.
Tricol has missed multiple match darts over a couple of legs.
Well,
18 for tops.
The difficult thing here is the path to the 18 because of that first start, but he finds it for tops.
30.
Surely this is the
requires
moment for Thibaut
16.
Tricol after missing multiple match darts. 4s.
Game.
But this time the French
And the match,
torch
Thibaut
does
Tricol.
find match darts. You can see the relief in his face because this one should have been over a couple of minutes ago. But Thibaut Tricol does undo the defeat in his opening game. We are going to go up to the balcony now with Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Phil. Yeah, good win there for Thibaut Tricol. And that brings to an end the first 6 matches, and the players are going to have a little bit of a break now. But we're going to leave you with this. I'm not quite sure what we are going to show you at the moment, but it's something from last week. Kist Osborne, there we go, from the final last week. We're going to leave you with that, and then we're going to come back just after 3 o'clock. The action will resume here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and will be live on Sporty Stuff TV.
And
60.
think, how many darts is it going to take me to get rid of this leg?
That's a real winner's mindset. That's the kind of mindset the elite have.
How many darts?
4.
140.
5 he will take. 6 he will take.
He just wants to, he'll take being 2-1 up. And it may have to be in 6.
140.
On his tail.
80.
Double 10.
And how you beat Kist is by
Games
doing
on the
that
third leg,
and not
Colin
giving him
Osborne.
the opportunity at the doubles.
Interestingly, before
Fourth leg,
these
Christian
two
to throw first. Game
played
on.
each other tonight, they'd never met before. Which is quite surprising considering the tours they've been on, but they've just
100.
never crossed paths. But twice in one night, and we said it a little bit earlier on, somewhat flittingly, that
96.
sometimes we see someone beaten in the group, and then later they play again, and the person who was defeated goes on to win the night.
Yeah, gets a bit of
57.
revenge. And how often have we seen it? We've seen it with Barry Van Peer. We've seen dominant forces make finals, but just not
96.
able to cross the line. Is Christian Kist going to be added to the list of players that have been
140.
The jinx of winning Group A.
Well, this is the 12th game of the week for Colin Osborne. He won 4 games in the
63.
group.
Christian, you require 164.
2 games tonight, so he's won 6 games to get to this point.
100.
Christian is in his 19th game of the week. He's won a lot more than Colin.
140. Christian, you
But
require
that's the complexity
64.
of this format. He's had 2 days off. Colin's had 2 days on.
I think he's only lost 3 games
56.
in the whole
Colin, you
campaign.
require 106.
Well, this would be very, very key. And he misses it just on the outside. Kist, who has involved himself in some very big tournaments in his life
43.
and has actually hung
Christian,
out
you
with
require 8.
Wesley Harms before, is looking to do what Wesley couldn't do in week
On the
1.
fourth leg, Christian.
And he's very
Kist.
much alive at 2-2. It's down to best of 3 legs to see who wins the week.
Actually,
Fifth leg, Colin,
stand
to throw
corrected.
first.
Of
Game
course,
on.
he only dropped 2 games, didn't he, in Group A? And unbeaten tonight.
I think he's had 3 bad games all
137.
week. 2 of the bad games he lost,
Yep.
and 1 of them he won.
77.
If he doesn't win this final, he will go down as one of the best players not to have won the week.
Well, you're going to be up there with Barry Van Peer, isn't he?
35.
Who himself, I think, only dropped the 2 games, didn't he,
Yeah.
in Group A?
Yeah, 26 points in Group A.
100.
Came a cropper on finals night.
Yeah, Leclassen, similar.
It's winning these things that really fluff the confidence, but it's hard. These players, I'm sure, are feeling quite fresh because it's only the 3rd day of competition they've had this
95.
week, as opposed to Peter Hudson's 6th, Martijn Dracht's 6th.
Yeah.
It does take its toll.
Can't be ignored. And the adrenaline here.
94.
Listen, they've won more money in the past, but trust me, where their respective careers are right now, a win in this is a huge boost
19.
going forward, and what a time for one of those.
This is like being on the pier at Blackpool and looking at those electronic horse racing machines, and it's just a 2-horse race. They're following each other, head to head,
60.
on the day of the derby. At least Christian could leave a finish from his position.
100.
That looked
Christian, you require
so inviting for him.
170.
He had a little look down at the ball, but, well, we've seen everything else.
145.
Weight was absolute
Colin, you
perfection.
require
I think that's the best
150.
effort we've had at a 170 this week. We have seen 170 approach shots a few times, but nothing to finish a leg. Oh, Colin! He can't believe it. That's missed by the width of a wire, but it shouldn't have been anywhere near the
75.
wire.
No.
Christian, you require
The only
25.
bright side I can think of is that Christian has not got 3 darts at 40. But he's good at 12s as well.
13.
That
feels like a rare miss.
Well, it
Colin,
is.
you require
I mean,
40.
coming into this final, his doubling stats for the night was 75%. Right now, it's 22.
Double 10. And it's in the corner.
Wow. It's in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He didn't know it was
Colin
in.
Osborne.
It was in. And it's 3-2.
Tell you what, good job he didn't hit a 10. Or the double again.
Sixth leg
Well,
Christian to throw
That's
first.
something I've
Game
never
on.
seen before.
No, that is a first for me.
190.
And that's classic Christian Kist. He's taken a very rare scenario that we've never seen before and said, OK, next leg.
140.
Now Osborne can see the finishing line. Can he run through the tape?
Will he be allowed to?
140.
Well, we're in our 104th match here in Series 4, Week 4. And it's going to come down
100.
to just 501 points if Kist can convert this 181 in maybe 2 visits.
65.
Very clever. The bullseye's not in play now.
Taking it out of play.
Osborne wants to put it in play.
It's got to come down.
He has to use the bull now. Never mind later.
100. Christian,
Well
you
thought
require
out.
116.
He has tried the 19s route
60.
to pretty much guarantee his favourite tops.
61.
This would be some way to win the week.
I'm going to say it would be fitting the week we've had in the big
65.
finishes.
Christian, you require 56.
Double top for Kist.
Game on the
Back to
sixth
normal
leg,
on the
Christian
doubles.
Kist.
And after 103 games this week, we now go down to the exclamation point leg.
To throw first.
One leg
Game on.
left in week 4. Will your champion be this guy, or will it be the 2012 Lakeside champion? We're talking about 2 massive hitters around the same area and
140.
same time in the sport, around 10 years ago.
Well, I was about to say, Nico, for me, it's all about the opening gambit, and I thought, well, that 140 is great. 180 is even better.
How are they doing this? £2,500 for one leg of darts, with the promise of another invite later in the summer. Treble-less
60.
from Kist.
Yep, the winner is going to take 5k and put himself in the mix in Champions Week to win 20.
And we have to say that Osborne won the bullseye in the practice room. That's why he's got the darts.
58.
Well, that's a bit of an error there. Going for 19s. That's where he should have been on 261 because you have the option to do that.
There's another thing on the line here for Colin as well. If he wins this leg, he will become only the 2nd player to have made 2 Champions Weeks
Christian, you require
alongside Matt Clark.
170.
And the only player to win 5 Super Series titles. Oh my goodness. Behave.
145.
That was even closer than the previous one. We've talked about
Colin, you
dodging
require
bullets
63.
all night. Colin Osborne has dodged 2 170 finishes from Kist. Can he hit tops?
43.
That was a weekly winning dart.
Christian, you require 25.
£5,000 dart.
Kist's got 2.
1.
And he misses them both. And the man who's had trials and tribulations on double
Colin, you
10
require
over the last
20.
couple of days now looks at that double. And becomes
Game,
a history-making,
and the match, the MODUS Super Series
record-breaking
Week 4
Super
champion,
Series
Colin
5th time
Osborne.
weekly champion, and the 2nd person ever to make 2 Champions Weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Osborne.
Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. We are in Thursday's action here, live on Sporty Stuff TV, and thanks, of course, for our YouTube viewers for staying with us. Over on the YouTube channel, we have had the first 6 matches in this group. Phil Bars has been with Henry Deacon in commentary. What's stood out for you so far?
I think it's been a fabulous start to Group C. It really has been. For me, the Lisa Ashton performance in their opening game was just sensational, 96 average. And we hadn't seen that Lisa in Group A, and for that version of Lisa to turn up sent a real statement to the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's her 4-3 win against Jack May in their 3rd game on. Ryan Harrington winning both of his matches so far, as has Shane McGurk. Michel van der Horst losing both of his games. He had a slow start on Monday as well, could be in trouble. We'll take a look at the table just to reflect how that has affected things. And yeah, van der Horst, Jack May losing the first 2. Do you feel now that they're moving into must-win territory in the 3rd games?
Yeah, completely. We've seen it before. To lose 3 games in a Group C session is then you're in danger territory. So Jack Main especially came in as one of the favourites to win Group C, arguably to win the week. To lose one more, he is in grave danger of not getting through.
And we saw there at the top of the table, Ryan Harrington. Now, last time he played in a Group C, he only won 1 match on the Thursday, already doubled that, so he's looking in great shape, isn't he?
Yeah, and that was one of the questions that we said earlier, is how is he going to react coming back here, because he did disappoint in his first time here, but he's used to the surroundings, used to the environment, and we've seen some really, really good bits from him. This 1-3-6 finish, everyone in the middle of the bed, and that came from nowhere as well, and that kind of kick-started him.
Yeah, with Lisa Ashton waiting on a more than makeable shot as well. So Shane McGurk and Ryan Harrington are 2 real aggressors in this group so far. But what have you seen from the other players to think that they could kind of launch their own challenge?
It's been a real even group. Like, even say Jack Main hasn't won a game, there's still been moments in there from him. Thibaut Tricol started slow in his first game, then in the middle part he found some good legs, back-to-back 15s, ended up losing it. But then in his last game was more of the Thibaut Tricol that got to the Lakeside final. So he's excited me that he's growing into it. Notoriously a slow starter, but fingers crossed he's going to hit the afterburners.
Well, I'll let you get downstairs to join Henry Deacon. The match that we're going to show you first here on Sporty Stuff TV is a meeting between Lisa Ashton and Michel van der Horst, who hasn't won a game yet, really does need to pick up some points.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good afternoon to everyone that's joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. And so in we go to round 3, and it kicks off with a battle between Michel van der Horst and Lisa Ashton. Van der Horst, who desperately needs to get a victory. The so-called rule of 3 that Matthew Edgar likes to apply to Group C is very much in operation as far as he's concerned. As for Lisa Ashton, well, she's played well over the course of the day. Kicked off with that scintillating 96 average, then went on the wrong side of the scoreline against Ryan Harrington. So we'll be looking to make it a positive outlook for the day, and it could be oh so important because the group already is becoming quite uniformed and could potentially bunch up as this round comes towards a conclusion. One of the favourites, Jack Main, yet to get off the mark in this group. There could be a real jostling for positions over the next round or 2 here. Justin Bradshaw is your referee for the remainder of this session, and it's Michel van der Horst to get us underway. And I'm happy to say I'm in the company of Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Certainly getting my steps in today. As we said up on the balcony, this is bordering must-win for Van der Horst here, because 3 defeats from his first 3 would leave him an absolute mountain to climb. And one, I'm not sure he's got in the locker right now.
It's not so much with Michel, the defeats. It's kind of more the performances he kind of put in those defeats, isn't it?
Yeah, we've not seen a spark from him yet. We've not seen anything that says to me he's going to go on and win 3, 4, 5 games in a row, which he may have to if he loses this one.
What he's got to hope is the group can join together, which the early indications are it might well do that, but anything can happen in this 3rd round. This is kind of where, in Group C, we begin to see the table just begin to develop. You can see some trends and patterns begin to emerge.
Yeah, completely. Even after 6 games we speak now, we've got 2 on 4, 2 on 2, and 2 on no points. So at some point, we are going to get a complete break in those, but it's where that break comes, because we've seen it before where it's 8,
94,
4, 2 and things like that, and even 10. So if someone goes 5 from 5 from this session, looking at the way it's panning out, you'd say they're
97.
almost certain to be in the final.
Lisa, you require 124.
Final, which will take place on Saturday. More about that in just a second as Ashton goes for the 1-2-4 to break the throw in the opening leg. And so Van der Horst is going to return for 64 to take the opener with a hold.
64.
All about the 16s corridor. It's now all about 2-8s.
He thought that was in when it left the fingers.
48. Lisa, you require 70.
70 for an early break. Is going to get 2 at tops.
Game shot on the
Only
first
needs
leg.
the one.
Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton is starting to motor again. Clinical 70. Break of throw. 1-0. The Lancashire Rose.
Second leg is Lisa to
She's
throw
up
first.
and running.
Game on.
And you can tell there's a
134.
little bit more zip about the Ashton game. You saw at times on Monday and Tuesday at the beginning of the legs that she started down on the 19s. That was a trend that
57.
kind of got eradicated yesterday, and we haven't seen at all today so far.
No, but that's something that's not alien to Lisa. We've seen her do it in the WDF. We've seen her do it in the Women's Series.
140.
If it's not quite going, she'll just reset herself, go and play on the 19s for a little bit just to find some rhythm and find that range, and then she'll move back upstairs.
100.
Marlene de Graaf in the women's game was kind of the first to really do that, make a statement on the 19s as Ashton tries to pile in the first max of the match, averaging 105.5 and leaving 87 after 9 in this second leg.
Yeah, she's really moving through the gears right now.
125.
87
Lisa, you require
for a 2-0
87.
lead. Doesn't need to go 20 in ball. She looks at the score.
47.
I like that. Good board management from Lisa Ashton. Didn't need to take any risks.
But this is going to be under severe pressure now.
140. Lisa, you require
Tops
40.
for Ashton for 2-0.
Drags low, chasing to 10s.
Game shot on the second
but
leg.
chases
Lisa
well.
Ashton.
2-0 Lisa Ashton, halfway to the points.
She reaches the halfway house in the space of 3.5
Michelle
minutes.
to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to say that I'm a huge fan of the Van der Horst check shirt look.
100.
It's got that kind of work office vibe to it.
Just a fan that I think dark shirts are
41.
boring at the moment. In general, they're all the same. They all seem to be black and red and all much of a muchness. I'm a big fan of the check shirt look.
58.
Come on then, design the ultimate dart shirt. What would you have on it?
I think dart shirts are very
85.
unique to the individual, but I just think that manufacturers in general are just playing it too safe. It's almost as if, like the England football shirt,
85.
it's just like a run-of-the-mill template for a lot of them. They just change the colours. I think shirts should be individual to the person, should reflect their personality. where they don't at the moment.
140.
So well, this could be one for our Twitter communications at MSS Darts as Michelle van der Horst piles in the first max of the match. What's your favourite current shirt in the world of darts? Tweet us at MSS Darts. It could be our topic of conversation for the afternoon as van der Horst leaves himself on 78 to make it 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nice
Michelle
tidy
van der
finish
Horst.
from Michelle van der Horst, but he took it out, and I had this point just in with or without whether he took it out.
Fourth leg is
His
Lisa
throw
to
was
throw
still under a
first.
little bit of pressure,
Game
despite the
on.
180. That it really is all or nothing for him.
180.
Talking of 180s, Ashton gets on the scoreboard in that particular aspect.
100.
Actually, just had a
100.
comment in about Alex Spellman with all the hieroglyphics on his shirt.
That's certainly up there because again, that reflects him and his personality and what he likes.
140.
I agree. After being in New York, that was right up there. And I have to say, the New York version of the Gerwin Price shirt was my favourite version of his shirt that he's brought out
45.
recently.
I'm also a fan of the Danny Lauby because on the back of it, he reflects upon his musical roots with the with the
57.
CD and some the musical quavers and notes and things like that.
Yeah, I like that.
160.
Why not? Double leg for 13 incoming, possibly.
100. Lisa, you require 16.
Here we are for 3-1 and a fabulous response. Just moving over. It's the edge of that flight in the way. The answer is no.
Ashton.
Fabulous last start from Lisa Ashton. 15 dart leg. 3-1.
Fifth leg is Michelle to throw first.
And
Game
possibly on the verge of a second win from 3 in this group.
60.
And Van der Horst with the dart starts off dry.
$45.
Runs for cover, finds one.
96.
Would have loved the second, but it's not there. Much improved performance from Van der Horst here, but unfortunately he's run into Lisa
97.
Ashton in the mood.
Ashton is on it. Just like her walk-on music, she's a woman on a mission.
180.
But Van der Horst piles in his second max of the match. He inclines his average to 97.32.
59. $60.
What she'd give for a 180 here. Right on cue.
Obliged. 180.
Leaves a finish.
Shall you require 105?
Scoreboard pressure. This is for the match,
89.
Phil.
Lisa, you require
306. That's surely a good guide. Oh, and she knows the expression that Lisa Ashton has just given
60.
that dart, as if
Michelle,
to say,
you
how
require
dare you not
16.
drop in?
Double two. Last dart in hand.
Game shot on the fifth
Found for
leg.
Van der
Michelle Van der
Horst.
Horst.
Yes, you can breathe a sigh of relief. But Ashton has the darts in this one to get the job done.
Sixth leg is
I'm
Lisa
not
to
going to
throw
lie,
first.
after how
Game
erratic
on.
dart 2 was, I didn't fancy that third dart at all.
60.
It's funny what last dart in hand can do.
$60.
But both players starting off dry at the beginning of this sixth leg. Ashton with the darts
83.
to win the match. Just a reminder of the format, if you are new to us here at the MODUS Super Series, the top
60.
2 players from this group progress their way through to Saturday night's finals. They will join Tommy Morris, who qualified courtesy of Group A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, respectively.
96.
As for tonight and the action in Group B, well, 3 from the 5 will make their way through the field. And that's going to be live with us on
44.
Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel from 10 o'clock.
Doesn't leave a finish, but the right way, starting on the 18s.
$99.
No, the setup play needs to be good from here. Leave a nice little 2-darter is the plan.
94.
Fabulous last dart.
Even herself on 116 for the match, and the reason she's gone there is because it may give herself a dart at double 18 potentially, and it's going to be under significant pressure as Van der Horst hits a crucial max. She's going to get a dart. She should have had a dart to win it.
76. Michelle, you require
She should have, she
58.
could have, she didn't.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Michelle Van der
Huge
Horst.
turning point in this match. Lisa Ashton put one outside the board. She was trying to be
Seventh and final leg. It's Michelle to
She
throw
was worried
first.
about the treble.
Game on.
So she's gone over safe and over complicated it. Didn't get a dart. And Van der Horst from 3-1 down is no favourite.
140.
How quickly a game can change. This is what this best of 7 format does.
41.
When you think you can come to one conclusion, you can guess wrong. Very,
57.
very wrong.
$140.
How many times today has Lisa Ashton found 2 treble visits when it has mattered the most?
40.
She did it in that opening game against Jack Main, where those 2 treble visits came in that setup that won her legs, which were kind of up in the offing.
100.
She was unlucky not to find another treble there.
Penny for Lisa Ashton's thoughts right now.
58.
Because she will feel she has been the better player through the 7 legs. But right now we're embroiled in a last leg decider. But Lisa Ashton is doing Lisa Ashton things to leave 80 after 12 against the darts. This is fabulous.
180.
Scoreboard pressure from Van der Horst. But can Lisa Ashton find double 10 to win 4-3 with a 14 darter? And that is exactly what champions of the world do. Find big moments in big legs. And Lisa Ashton does exactly that to get the better of Michelle Van der Horst by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging 92, but crucially, 50% on the doubles is what gets it done for Lisa Ashton. 2 140s in that final leg afforded her the opportunity to win it in 14. And so Ashton makes it 2 wins from her 3 matches. After the break, this is a big match. It's McGurk against Main.
More than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. On we go here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series, and a meeting between Jack Main and Shane McGurk. And it's a meeting between one player who's won both of his matches, another who's lost both of his games so far. So will the fortunes change for Main, or will McGurk continue to go berserk? Let's find out in the company of Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we were just chatting during the break, Henry. This is a huge game in Group C already.
As far as Jack Main's concerned, if he loses this one, well, he's going to be 6 points adrift of Shane McGurk and potentially 6 points adrift of Ryan Harrington if he gets the better of Thibaut Tricol. And so you suddenly sense already that rule of 3 may come
95.
into operation for Jack. But if he wins this one, well, what we could have is a situation with Jack Main winning this one and Thibaut Tricol beating Ryan Harrington, where we have the top 4 players all on 4 points, and then Jack Main just a little bit further back on 2. And so you feel like this is a true sliding doors game where the complexion of the group may continue to hinge and may just continue to change for the worse as far as Jack Main goes with a bad result. But if he can pick something up here, everything's up in the offing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that Jack Main is a deep thinker. He'll know
140.
how big this game is. But unfortunately for him, it's on the McGurk darts. So he is going to have to find a break of throw. And McGurk's not a man that you want to rely on breaking to win games. So solid on throw.
Case in point here.
137.
It's nice when the players just demonstrate what you're trying to say.
Yeah. 44
40.
after 12. Potential 14 dart. Hold of throw. 12. But double 16. A little bit wild. His facial expression says it all.
28.
But Jack Main is not on and out.
98. Shane, you require 16.
Second chance.
Game shot on the first
I was about to say,
leg.
it's not
Shane
really a
McGurk.
marker, but he's found that second dart in hand. When they're that far away sometimes, it's almost just at a reset, and you, in your head, it's like dart one again, because you
Second
haven't
leg, it's
got a marker
Jack
to use.
first. Game on.
Well, at that point, yeah, as you say, it's dart one again, and in some weird way, that they can actually end up being the best misses because there's nothing in the way as Jack Main gets his first max of the match. Because you know how dart players think.
Badly.
We're assuming they think.
99.
I'm joking, guys. I'm joking.
What Jack Main wants is a
57.
comfortable hold of throw and just give him the confidence to have a real shot at the McGurk throw next. There's nothing worse than winning a scrappy
60.
leg and not getting confidence from it. But everyone, so some people say, yeah, but if you win a leg, you win a leg. There's difference.
134.
And I think a lot of it can also depend on how you then approach the next leg from that point onwards. Even a max here would mean that he can't even outshot Shane McGurk, and so Jack Main is going to get 6 from 130. So it doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he hit the single, but the second treble leaves double 5, which he moves just inside of.
We'll see if he tidies it up.
90. Jack, you require 5.
That's wild. Up to the madhouse.
Game shot on the second leg.
He does fine then. He's got away with it. The reason I wouldn't want to say anything is because if he hits it, he's gotten away with it. But with Shane McGurk not on a finish, was it wise going
Game on.
so aggressive on the 130? Because you know you're coming back, just tee up something nice and have 3 clear darts in hand.
60.
Instead, you've gone hard at the 5s, come inside, and you're chasing around, trying to level up 5. He's gotten away with it, but I just think
45.
that live and learn by those moments when your opponent's not on a finish.
Jack is a player who, as you mentioned before, can be very analytical about his game. He does watch his matches back here at the Super Series, and he was saying the last time he was here towards the end of the week, he was picking up just moments by watching the videos back, listening to some comments as well. And that's actually, since being here at the Super Series, has helped his game in other areas. Since he's last been here, he's won a ADC Tour title, and he's just beginning to kick on again.
Yeah, you can always learn at darts. Doesn't matter if you're Michael Van Gogh and Phil Taylor playing the seniors, or a youngster coming through here playing in the ADC or the Super Series. You can always learn. There's always something that you can find out.
96.
And in a similar position to the last leg with Shane McGurk, even a max visit there wouldn't have led to finish for Jack Main. And so McGurk has got 6 if he so wants on 105 to establish a 2-1 lead.
And again, McGurk just been so strong on throw. You just get the feeling that
53.
if Jack Main is to break, it's either going to be a mistake from Shane McGurk or a moment of magic from Main. Standing an average leg is going to cut it on the Shane McGurk throw.
52.
He's averaging 94 in the minute, McGurk. And he's going to have 2 at tops for 2-1.
32.
Well, you spoke about a moment of magic.
Jack,
well,
you require
magic moments don't get
170.
much bigger, much better than a big fish finish.
As Wayne Mardle famously once said,
80.
I fancy the fish.
Shane, you require 20.
I think it's still Pinder's Rod Stud's pin tweet on Twitter.
McGurk is looking to net the double
Game
10,
shot on
and
the
he
third
finds
leg.
the double
Shane
10.
McGurk.
He reels that in. May he be reeling Jack Main in. McGurk leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
The scoring phase of the McGurk game has been really, really good, but just needs to tidy up on the outer ring. 2 from 9
140.
at the moment, below the mark. They all like around the 33% mark.
$119.
McGurk kicking off with a Bevin score.
100.
McGurk can't find the adjustment.
38.
And has just opened the door for a comfortable hold at the moment for Jack Main.
$91.
Fabulous use of the 17s.
He's left the big fish, he's left the little fish, he's left the big fish again, and will he be putting this leg in a cardboard box?
59.
I was about to say
Jack,
that he had to go downstairs for that,
170.
because that second dart was literally just resting on the other dart in the board.
134.
Huge 2 treble visit, tees up double 18 after 12 for Jack Main. And if he can polish this first dart, 13 dart leg,
95.
should give him
Jack,
so
you
much
require
confidence to then
36.
attack the McGurk throw.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jack Main.
14 or 2, and that's an excellent leg from Jack Main to put it back to 2 apiece. It keeps the cogs whirling in the mind of Shane McGurk.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Jack Main's thinking, same on this visit, same on this visit.
It's about kicking on from this point, using
81.
that as a basis, as a marker, as a guide of what you want to do moving forward.
60.
And can't start the way he wants. You just know.
140.
The only surprise is dart 3 didn't join the other 2.
And this in this Super Series format is the optimum leg to accrue the break if you can, because then you're throwing for the match. And you're basically changing the whole tide of the game. You're making almost your opponent
42.
panic because you've left yourself on the hill.
That looks a good guide for Jack Main. Another one.
100.
He'll be disappointed. He's marginally in front, but it's not enough to be considered an opportunity yet.
135. $96. Shane, you require 103.
So a battle of ton plus finishes to see who can go 3-2 up. McGurk first up with the 103. And he is going to get a dart in his hand. A double 12
on the
to
fifth
go
leg.
3-2
Shane
up.
McGurk.
And how seismic could that be for Shane McGurk? But more importantly, to the hopes and chances of Jack Main.
Sixth leg
Not
is
just
Jack
in
to
this
throw
game,
first.
but
Game
potentially
on.
in this group. He trails 3-2. He needs to hold, not just to keep this game alive, but if he loses this, he could be, well, he will be 3 defeats on 3.
85.
And his chances of progression could, at this early stage, be in a little bit of jeopardy.
has to win back-to-back legs to take the points.
85.
And he is right up against it at the moment. Remember, he made a final here.
60.
Losing out to Jelle Klassen.
Missed a dart at the bullseye in that final to move into Champions Week.
100.
One of a couple of players who missed darts at bullseye in Series 3 to win their place at Champions Week. Leonard Gates did likewise the week before
58.
Against Owen Bates. Andy Hamilton, the first week of that phase, missed a match dart to beat John Worsley. That was kind of the early theme of Series 3. But as far as Series 4 is concerned, well, we've got a little bit of everything as far as the Champions Week field is concerned. We're going to have an American in Danny Lauby in amongst the field, Northern Irishman in Neil Duff, and a couple of English players, Reece Robinson and last week Colin Osborne. And the task of both of these players is to join that illustrious
26.
club at the beginning of August.
And McGurk has taken the darts here in a must-win leg. For Jack Main, it is McGurk who's charging
60.
to the finish line. But that was almost a safe 60.
Timing, all about the timing there. And has that applied the scoreboard pressure upon Shane McGurk and this 1-2-2 for the match? It may well have done, you know.
Jack Main.
68.
Blasts in the maximum.
92.
92. Where's he going? He's gone the aggressive route. Is that the right way? It may be.
No score.
And it's miscounted. Jack Main, at the crucial time, has miscounted. He's right.
Shane, you require 54.
Justin, you're right, mate.
Jack Main can't believe it. He looks at the scoreboard in disbelief. He now looks at the board and sees McGurk aim for tops. The double he hits a bust.
34.
But he's going to come back. But he has to
Jack,
come back from the
92.
start.
Jack Main, how's your head? Get to second chance. But you can just see the cogs were turning. He was still thinking about the visit before. However, he's rescued the situation.
Jack
Main pins the 92 to send us all the way to leg 7. McGurk misses match starts and Main pounces.
Final leg. It's
what a strange turn of events, Henry.
It's a strange turn of events, but it could be oh so pivotal as far as Jack Main is concerned. Shane McGurk missing 2 darts at tops to get the job done after Jack Main had
55.
hit tops to bust the original score of 92. But he sends us to a decider and McGurk kicks off dry. And so maybe the door is opening for
57.
Jack Main. And maybe, just maybe, things might be turning in the direction of the man from Norwich.
At this point, you'd love to have the ability
95.
to read what people are thinking right now. Because you've got 2 people on that stage, one thinking I should have won this already, and one thinking, what was I doing?
58.
Shredsville at the Super Series. We don't use that phrase enough in darts.
140.
But McGurk has recovered his composure. Main needs a max. Main can't find
58.
the required trebles. So Shane McGurk is on the verge of victory, leaving Jack Main with plenty to ponder.
57.
Main can only hit and then hope.
And at the moment, he can't even hit.
56.
So he hasn't got much hope.
Shane, you require 154.
So 154 for McGurk. He's got 6 on here to get the job done. And it would move him onto 6 points. Another one of them.
18s.
79.
It's in the right neighbourhood, just wrong execution.
Scoreboard pressure.
140.
Well, he's left himself on 132 just in case.
75.
Should get one match start. Will get one match start.
35.
Misses one match start.
Jack, you
The
require
champagne shot for
132.
Jack Main to win it.
The champagne finish. Oh, another one of them. That's plum. Not to be. And so McGurk, who has
92.
already squandered 3 darts to
Shane,
win
you
this
require
game,
40.
is going to get 3 more in his hand to depose of Jack Main, who is sat waiting on tops himself.
Game, shot,
But McGurk
and a
makes
match.
no mistake
Shane
this
McGurk.
time. And he gets the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. And so McGurk moves on to 6 points, the first player to make it 3 from 3 in this particular group. And so for Jack Main, there is work now for him to do if he is to qualify for Saturday night's finals. Ryan Harrington can join McGurk on 6 points if he can get the better of Thibaut Tricol after this short break.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, we've just seen Shane McGurk make it 3 wins so far, and now Ryan Harrington is after a hat-trick of his own. A couple of victories already today in his first 2 matches, and he can join McGurk on 6 points and reclaim top spot if he can defeat Thibaut Tricol here. The Frenchman has won 1 and lost 1 so far today, and will be wanting to win this not just for himself, but to just stop the top 2 starting to gallop away into the distance. Now over to our top 2 in the commentary box. It's Phil Bars alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back everyone after that short break on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. As Murph said there, Henry, this is huge for the table. Shane McGurk, 3 from 3 on 6. However, Ryan Harrington can join him, or Thibaut Tricol can join Ryan Harrington on 4 points.
And then it really does conjoin the group. Now, if you're Jack Maid and Michel van der Horst, there's only one result you want in this game. That is a Thibaut Tricol win, because that 3 players being on 4 points behind McGurk at the top on 6 ensures that you're still in striking distance, at least if you can put in a bit of a spurt towards the latter end of your day.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, if you're one of the chasing pack, you're almost sacrificing top spot now. Let Shane McGurk run away with it and try and
41.
target that 2nd place.
Well, you almost let Shane McGurk be a batter for you, don't you, in this scenario, where you just hope that he accrues the victories, piles all the
59.
pain upon your opponents. And Group C is very unique in that dynamic.
Yeah, completely.
83.
Group A, you're only fighting for 1 spot, and in Group B, you kind of want everything to level its way out.
60.
Yeah, 3 very different groups, and you have to approach them in a very different manner as well, depending on where you end up.
55.
But Thibaut Tricol not firing here at all.
95.
Ryan Harrington kind of coasting on throw in the opening leg at the moment.
He's just picking his way through different checkpoints within the leg.
60.
How much you would love a 140 here, Harrington.
92.
Leaves 112. Tricol getting his maths right, starting on the 18s.
132. Ryan, you require 112.
Treble. Would have left double 16, and so Tricol is going to return for 130 to take the opening leg with a break.
You require 130.
Treble needed. Not to be, so Harrington 65 for the opener.
58. Ryan, you require 65.
Harrington will be ruining the opportunity though, because this should have been over by now. He does get over the line, but he made that leg far more complicated than it needed to be. Halfway through, he was in cruise control, and it just
Second
got
leg, it's Thibaut to
a
throw
little bit
first.
nervy towards the end of that one.
But over the line he is. And he's had this knack of just doing what he needs to do as Tricol kicks off the second leg with a max.
$140.
How do you fancy the chances of that French side of
140.
Thibaut and Jacques at the World Cup?
The honest answer is, I don't know. Because on their day, they're both
41.
fabulous players. A lot will depend on the draw, what group they end up in, what seed they end up with. There are plenty of seeds you can attack.
170.
But the honest answer is, I'd love them to do well, but I'm just unsure of which version of both player we're going to get.
58.
I think that's a very fair assessment.
11.
Both players at their best can do some stratospheric stuff.
No
But
score.
Thibaut busts the score. Not a disaster, because Harrington's back on 262. The irony was he went for the 25 there to leave himself 36, and he was too accurate.
41.
And now he's got to
Thibaut
spurn another dart
11.
to get himself to double four.
See if he hits first.
7.
And he doesn't. And the other irony is that Ryan Harrington's dad is famous for one saying, "Don't miss the big number."
41.
Are we going to see the tricky
Thibaut
switch to
require
double
4.
one?
Game
No,
shot on the
because
second
Thibaut
leg. Thibaut
Tricol will take
Tricol.
out 2 twos. Double deux to make it 1-1.
Third leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and the concern in that leg is Ryan Harrington's average has plummeted. Needs to find the scoring
85.
boots again that he just seems to have lost.
$100.
Where Tricol just looks at ease at the moment. Again, he was the one that had a few nerves in leg one, but just seems to have settled a lot more
54.
once he worked out where the big numbers were.
We're kind of seeing this as a trend, aren't we, in Tricol's
100.
games today. Once he settles in, he's absolutely fine, but that first leg is causing him a few concerns thus far.
121.
140 leaves a finish.
121.
That doesn't. But he's still in a fabulous position unless this is a monster.
140.
Which is quite apt for Ryan.
Again, I know he was obviously hunting
90.
the
Ryan,
maximum.
you
The
require
25
101.
may have been a better option. 96. Is it easier than 101? $57 would have left double 12.
41. Thibaut, you require 90.
2 at double 15. It's a break. He's come
82.
inside on
Ryan, you require
dart 2.
60.
And so Tots are Harrington for a 2-1 lead, double 10, 1 left in hand,
Game
and it is found. And Harrington takes that 2-1 lead against Thibaut Tricol, and he's halfway now towards 6 points and joining Shane McGurk at the top of the Group C table.
First. Game on.
And Thibaut Tricol knows that was an opportunity there to break the throw. One
60.
he couldn't take.
When Tricol got off to that really good start on the Challenge Tour at the
96.
beginning of 2023, did you expect him possibly to kick on a little bit more?
Yeah, possibly, but look, those Challenge Tours are absolutely brutal. It really is an endurance test on some of those days. So you may start well, but sometimes if the tank empties quickly, you've got nothing left. But yeah, overall, I was expecting a little bit more from Tricol, but he's popped onto the Pro Tour. I believe he's playing Monday, Tuesday as well in Hildesheim. So some good practice before the World Cup as well. A week here, straight to Hildesheim for a couple of days into the World Cup. He should be ready come Thursday in the World Cup of Darts.
It's a big thing, though, also making sure, yes, you're going to get match time, but also making sure when you're not at the Yoki, when you're playing as much as Thibaut's going to be over the next couple of weeks, to make sure that when you're having that rest time, it is rest time.
41.
Yeah, and of course, he's going to have a travel day, depending on when that is, whether that's Saturday or Sunday.
45.
Time will tell on that one. If he isn't going until Sunday, because he's here on Saturday, then it becomes a little bit of a rush.
135.
Have a little bit more of a chat about players and travelling in the next leg, because Tricol's left tops after 15 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
98. Thibaut require 40.
Himself on 144. So Tots or Tricol.
Game shot on the
and level we are. Is Desmond is 2-2.
Yeah, and you just feel that Tricol is going to find an opportunity
to throw first.
Here. That Harrington's just holding on at the moment, just trying to fend him off, where the classier work is coming from the Frenchman right now.
I want to talk about the travelling aspect of the sport, because obviously you have a very unique perspective. You travel a lot along a lot of the circuit with the players and the likes of it, so you can kind of, to a certain extent, understand the demands, especially when you're successful at the top end of the sport, that the travelling can entail.
At the top end, the travelling is just ridiculous. But look, they're rewarded well for it as well. But I get at times when they are tired and they do want to skip events. But also for the players just underneath that elite group, like Thibaut, you also have to put the miles in to get the opportunities. If you're not willing to graft, not willing to go through the tiredness barrier, the pain barrier at times, where you're carrying niggles, carrying little knocks, then those opportunities won't arise. You just have to take them when they're on offer. And we see it more and more, especially on the Pro Tour, that come this time of year and later on, there will be opportunities for the Challenge Tour players to top up, because once the big guns are safely at Minehead and everything like that, they're like, I'm just going to miss it. So you have to be ready.
100.
Yes, it might be a nightmare to travel, but you just have to do it. You have to put yourself through it.
Does it feel like a case it could be hot and cold at times? Thibaut going to have these 2 weeks where it's really busy, and then maybe other weeks it can go quiet, as Harrington looks at the 140 to establish a 3-2 lead. Another trouble here.
43.
Looking to move across to find a way as Tricol looks to
120.
Climb the ladder. Shanghai. First rung found. The second one found. Can he climb to the very top?
80.
Not quite.
Ryan, you require 97.
It's not, but this 97 is not a gimme. He knows. Double.
37.
Doesn't go. Huge break opportunity for Thibaut Tricol. Tops to lead 3-2 and break the Harrington throw. Comes inside 10s all the way up to 5s.
35.
And he's gone round the houses. Chance
Ryan,
missed.
You require 60.
He's missed 7 darts of double in this game. Is he going to be made to be punished here by Harrington. Can he squeeze one in the middle?
40.
He moved across to no avail, and so Chacol gets another opportunity.
5.
We saw it earlier on. Make sure of the big number. That bit done. Step back. Double 2. Just to the left, but he can't find it.
Ryan, you require 20.
This is a huge moment in this game. Is Harrington going to survive?
Game shot on the
Yes,
fifth leg.
is the
Ryan
answer.
Harrington.
Chacol misses 5 darts to break, and Harrington steps in to go within 1.
Well, it may not be just a big leg in the context of this game. It could be a big leg in the context of this group, because it'll either shuffle the pack closely together, or it will see 2 outright leaders at the top of the table, with Ashton, Chacol, Main and Van der Horst having to chase for the rest of the rest of this session, shall I say.
95.
To pull themselves as close as possible to those leaders.
Yeah, we're only on match 9 of day 1 of Group C, but this feels huge already.
Sliding doors moments.
100.
All of a sudden, Ryan Harrington is in
43.
control. He should have been behind. Now, he has stolen the darts from Thibaut Chacol, and this could be the one that got
120.
away.
Now, he's had a bounce out there, but he should have gone downstairs at the last dart, Ryan Harrington, because the 140 would have left himself on 166. If he could move himself down to the 19s, he would have left 167.
60.
Should have started there, because 4 19s and treble 20 leaves the fish.
84.
We like the fish.
And you can see
41.
after that last
Ryan, you
leg,
require
Tracol's
102.
head has gone. Lucky accident. Treble 20 would leave double 8.
$46.
So Chacol back on 236. All he can do is apply pressure, and so Harrington is going to get a couple of darts at tops for the match, for a win. That would put him on
100.
to
Ryan, you
6
require
points in the
56.
group, and it would mean that there would be a chasm between the top 2 and the rest of the field. Tots are Harrington. 1 left in his hand.
36.
Doesn't go. And so
Thibaut, you
Chacol, the
require
Hail Mary
136.
136 attempt.
Another. Oh, hello.
96.
I'm surprised.
require
It would have been
20.
great on the eye, but where the first dart was sat, massively surprised.
16.
And so the
Thibaut, you
opportunities
require
come and go,
40.
and Chacol, Tots are free.
Game
Tots
shot on the
fouled, and we
sixth
go
leg.
all the way
Thibaut
once again
Chacol.
to a last leg decider. It's been the story of the day really here in Group C, and it's another crucial 501 shootout
Seventh
to
and
decide
final
this
leg. It's
game
Ryan to
and
throw
decide
first.
how
Game
this
on.
group is going to be poised after 3 rounds of matches. If Harrington can hold throw, he moves on to 6 points. If Chacol can break, well, you've got McGurk at the top on 6,
55.
and then 3 more on 4.
3-all, and that's probably the right scoreline. The last 2 legs, both players have won when they shouldn't have done, so we are probably there or thereabouts where we should be.
59.
But they both start with trebleless visits. Are the nerves starting to kick in? Are they both overthinking this now? Who can hold their composure the
85.
best?
Well, it's been a game that's been blighted by missed doubles. Chacol has missed 10. Harrington has missed 8.
57. 60.
What Thibaut Chacol would give for a 2 treble visit or better. Another one.
81.
Not enough. Still advantage. Harrington, because he has the darts.
100.
That should have been more. The way the first start was sat there, he'll be disappointed. It was only a ton.
However, he's going to get 6 for the match, no matter what. But he has handed the initiative back to Thibaut Jacol. Fill your boots, son.
That is a mistake. But it's only a mistake if it gets punished.
$64.
Huge last start from Thibaut Jacol. He's down to a finish.
And ironically, he might have to take out the 140, which
87.
is on his previous appearance so fruitful for Ryan Harrington. Jacol, 140 for the match. Another one of them. Or will he go tops? Another one of them for double 10 for Thibaut Jacol to seal the
130.
win.
Ryan, you require 86.
Harrington, 18s. 68, 18 and ball. Finds the treble. Double 7.
72.
And he's missed as well. Both have now missed
10.
match starts. But in the context of the group, this is huge. Not a marker.
5.
And Thibaut Jacol has missed again.
Ryan, you require 14.
And so Harrington double 7 for 6 points. Goes inside. And so it's only going to be one at double 2. Only needs the one as it sneaks into the bottom corner. And Ryan Harrington gets the better of Thibaut Jacol by 4 legs to 3 and a last leg decider. A nervy game which was played by missed doubles. Both players missing, more than 10 in Harrington's case, 13 in the case of Jacol. But it is Ryan Harrington who moves on to 6 points, moves to the top of the group after the end of the 3rd round of fixtures. Next up, it's the other man who's unbeaten thus far, Shane McGurk, up against Lisa Ashton.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back. It's been a strong start for Group C favourite Shane McGurk today. The Irishman has won his first 3 fixtures, and I think it's safe to say that the man nicknamed the Arrow is flying here on Thursday at the Super Series. However, no game is a foregone conclusion, and this one certainly is not when you consider the fact that Lisa Ashton has now won 4 of her last 5 matches over the last 2 days. If she can carry on that fine form, she will join McGurk and fellow league leader Ryan Harrington on 6 points and make it a 3-way tie at the top. On hand to talk you through it, it's Henry and Phil.
Thank you very much and welcome back everyone. And here we are, Shane McGurk looking to continue this fabulous start to Group C, but he's going to be up against it
first
in a
leg, it's
tight
Lisa
tussle
to throw first.
with
Game
Lisa
on.
Ashton looking to join him on 6 points.
Yeah, this is a really interesting affair when you crunch the numbers from their
100.
particular days. Lisa Ashton kicking off with that 4-3 win against Jack Main. Probably the game of the day thus far. 96 average, 50% on the doubles. Then lost out 4-2 to Ryan
99.
Harrington. Again, 50% on the doubles, but an average of 80. And then responded with a 4-3 win against Michelle van der Horst, 92.75. And again, 50% on the doubles. So we know what we come to expect when she's going to get opportunities at the outer ring. Whereas for Shane McGurk, it was a 4-2 win for Tiba Tracol, 91.4 the average. That was followed by 284 averages and a flurry of missed doubles in those games as well. Could that be the fine margin in which this match is decided upon, I wonder? The bookmakers have Lisa Ashton at 5-4 and Shane McGurk, the 4-7 favourite.
100.
Yeah, interesting one, considering Lisa has the darts. I don't disagree with him being favourite, but maybe a little bit short.
Shane, you require 167.
Considering that Lisa's played some good stuff here today so far.
$57. Lisa, you require 96.
To a double 18. Tricky switch to double 9.
87. Shane, you require 110.
She's come inside to leave 9. So McGurk going to get a dart to break. One at tops.
90.
And he's come inside as well. So Ashton
Lisa, you require
breathes
9.
again.
Well, it's next door to... Oh, wow.
No score.
And wasn't even close to the single one either.
Shane,
That was a
you
bit of
require
a
20.
bit of a snatchy one from the Lancashire Rose.
McGurk
Game shot on the
finds
first
double 10,
leg.
second
Shane
dart.
McGurk.
And it is an early break of throw for the arrow as he looks to go 4 from 4. You can see the
Second
look on
leg is
Lisa's
Shane to throw
face.
first.
She's annoyed with
Game
herself.
She is livid. Angry Lisa Ashton. And we're in a position really in this group, aren't we, where if
140.
McGurk and Harrington win both of their next matches, they're both on 8 points. And then they meet in the penultimate game of the session. Someone can move on to 10, the other can move on to 8. But even the player who's on 8 points at the end of the first day, if they were to go on and have that game for the 5-star card day, would put themselves poised in a real handy position to progress through to Saturday night's finale.
More so Shane McGurk, because although Ryan is 3 from 3, they've not been convincing performances. Yes, he's won them and the points are in the bag. But you'd feel, as one of the other players, if he played like that again tomorrow,
Shane, you require
you could forge chances and he could lose games. Where Shane, on the other hand, has looked the class act in this group. And if he goes 5 from 5, book your hotel. You're coming back on Saturday.
What is it about Lisa Ashton at this stage of a leg?
Shane, you
just a little
32.
bit of a tap on the shoulder as Shane McGurk as he goes for this double 16. And now double 8. And now it's 2-0 to the Irishman. 14 darter there, and he just continues to go up through the levels as he leads Lisa Ashton by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, McGurk hovering around that 97 average mark again. And it goes back to that
60.
criminal missed big number from Lisa Ashton. Presented the opportunity. It could have been all so different, but it's not.
180.
Lisa Ashton providing us with the first max of this match.
85.
McGurk won't be overly worried because this leg is with the Ashton throw.
Yeah, and he's done the hard work and he's found that break of throw that he needed.
140.
He won't be overly worried about the leg, but he'll be overly worried about the inflation of the Ashton performance.
180.
That is the second max
Lisa,
of
you
the
require
leg.
81.
Ashton 81 for a potential 11 dart leg. Doesn't have to attack it in terms of the bullseye, but the triple 10 leaves double 16.
65.
Wrong side of the wire, Lisa. You'll be coming back for that in a second. But it will be under some pressure, that is for sure.
78. Lisa, you require
Well, nothing
16.
beats a little bit of a warm-up shot. Now she has to move all the way across the oche. And this is what we say about the barrel of
Game
Ashton's
shot on the
dart.
third leg.
But she manages
Lisa
to find a way
Ashton.
to bounce it off the first and into the bed with the third. And she pulls her leg back. It's 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw
15
first.
dart holder
Game
throw
on.
from Lisa Ashton. But like you say, Henry, the way her darts go so far in, there wasn't a lot of bed to aim at there.
100.
You're almost shutting your eyes and hoping for the best.
60.
Shades of Average Joes in the film Dodgeball.
What a perfect first dart from Shane McGurk.
100.
I'm just surprised that none of them joined it.
97. 99.
Shane McGurk just comfortable on his own throw here. The average still over the 98 mark. And when you're doing that on
55.
throw, you're going to be very hard to beat or even break back, as the opportunity is here.
138.
And this is the McGurk that we know can go berserk. It's the dart of the poisoned arrow.
140. Shane, you require 64.
Fabulous first dart for Shane
Game
McGurk.
shot on the fourth
And an
leg.
even better
Shane McGurk.
second dart. 14 dart holder throw. Shane McGurk takes his average over the ton mark here now.
Fifth leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
2 out of the 3 legs he's
Game
won in this
on.
game. He has won with 14 darters. He is forcing excellence out of Lisa Ashton. That's an untimely
40.
moment for a bounce out when she is throwing to stay in the game.
$98.
Sometimes when you're playing this fabulous sport, there's nothing you can do when your opponent is throwing magical stuff.
41.
And it's the fact that it's unrelenting. There's just not a moment's peace. It's just constantly keeping Ashton under pressure.
140.
Yeah, completely agree, Henry, that this has been some performance here from Shane McGurk
81.
as he homes in on top spot in Group C.
$59. $99.
Shane was looking round the houses there, trying to leave a finish, and tied himself up in knots a little bit. There's an easy answer to that, Shane. Just hit big trebles.
135.
That'll do.
$84.
So,
Shane,
to
you
put
require
himself
69.
onto 8 points and to really assert his authority upon this group. It's going to be one dart, a double 16 for Shane McGurk to wrap up a
shot,
4-1
and the
victory
match,
over the
Shane
four-time
McGurk.
champion of the world, Lisa Ashton. Doing so with a ton-topping average of 100.29. 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles, and McGurk did go berserk by getting the better of Lisa Ashton in impressive style. He marches to the top of the table on 8 points. When we return, Thibaut Tricol and Michelle van der Horst are in must-win territory.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, Thibaut Tricol and Michel van der Horst just finishing their practice starts ahead of this next match, which Henry Deacon in commentary before the break said was must-win territory, and I probably make him right when you consider we've got a couple of unbeaten players in the group. Shane McGurk having just beaten Lisa Ashton to make it 4 from 4. Ryan Harrington 3 from 3 and playing Jack Main next. The rest of the group really are going to have to get their skates on and try and stop the top two just running away with it. So what of this two? Tricol does have one win to his name, but Van der Horst without one yet so far. Will that change here? We'll find out in the company of Henry and Phil.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I'm going to jot that down that on 11 minutes past 4 on Thursday, the 8th of June, 2023, Chris Murphy said I was right about something. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day, I suppose. Anyway, Thibaut Tricol and Michel van der Horst in this all-continental clash here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is France against the Netherlands, and it is quite simple. The loser of this one is in big, big trouble, especially if it's Michel van der Horst.
Game on.
I completely agree. But his last performance was encouraging from Michel van der Horst. It was the best we'd seen
41
of him in Group C. And if he can replicate that, he'll pose some questions for Thibaut.
82.
It's a saying I say a lot in this commentary box, but Michel seems to be one of those players that we're seeing different elements of his game excel, but he can't at the minute seem to piece that jigsaw together.
Yeah, it's a strange one. At times we've seen his finishing been really good.
60.
And then the last time out, he hit 4 maximums. So he'll be thinking there are elements that are working, but as you say, Henry, it's teeing up those elements to work as one, which he can't work out at the moment.
And how difficult is it in that environment when you're in the back room and you've only got about maybe 20, 30 minutes between one game and another to actually work those things out and then to get back on the hockey and do that?
I'm not sure you can in that time. Look, I've never played at that level. Played on a county stage before. I've never played at the level that these guys have. But it's a case of you just hit the practice board and just trying to get the arm to replicate
84
all the time, and then just hope that it will come and it will change. Because in your head, you're telling yourself, hang on a minute, I know I'm hitting trebles in this leg, and I know I finished well on this leg, so it's there. So I just think it's about confidence and just thinking you're going to do the right things, because in half an hour, I'm not sure you can put it right.
100. Thibaut, you require
Let's see if Tricol can make this 78 right to take the opening leg. It's going to be one dart, a double top.
$58. Michel,
just below, Van der Horst is looking to climb the ladder. We're going to find the treble. Not located.
60. Thibaut, you require 20.
So 10s for a hold in the opener.
Game shot in the first
Can't find 10s, but finds 5s at the first time of asking. Thibaut Tricol leads 1-0.
It was solid, if not spectacular, from the French touch.
Game on.
Who needs to rediscover the winning touch?
Yeah, but when you're at this point, Thibaut Tricol is just thinking, I don't care how, just win. I just need these 2 points. Performances go out the window here. This is like Premier League relegation
66.
battle. Performances don't mean anything. It's just bag points.
Basically be the Everton of the Super Series.
Yeah, don't care how, don't care when. Just do what you have to do to win.
And to keep with those adages, winning breeds winning.
Yeah, once you're on a winning run, performances will come.
121.
Well, Ryan Harrington is a case in point in that. He got that first win against Michel van der Horst. It wasn't a classic game. Then improved in his second one to get the better of Lisa Ashton. And once you win a couple, you get that confidence when you get towards the finishing line. And that was exactly what he did against Thibaut Tricol in his third game of the session.
100.
Much better scoring leg from Van der Horst here.
140. Michel, you require 96.
96 after 12. Can he pin this in 15? Yes,
Game
is the
shot
answer.
On the second leg. Michel van der Horst.
That's what we were saying about hooking it all up in one leg. Very, very good. 15 darts.
Third leg is Thibaut to throw first. Game on.
Solidity from Van der Horst.
60.
That first dart just above is quite nice for Michel. Because the dart stands up to attention, it gives him, well, more of the bed to aim at for his next 2 darts.
Yeah, completely. And like I said earlier, it just makes the bed bigger.
99.
As well, because you've got a target to aim off at. It's like when you play pool and you've got another ball over the pocket, it just invites it in. It's the same
40.
here. But if you can put one just above your target, like that is prime example, but he's not used it.
100.
You don't want to see me play pool. It doesn't end well at all.
100.
That last start from Van der Horst, there was a lot of shoulder involved there, a lot of moving parts. That's why it was dragged so low, because the release point was so late.
180.
No such issues though for Chacol. The first max of the match.
132. Thibaut, you require 62.
Oh, he's missed the big number. Dropped his dart.
30. Michel, you require 89.
It's all gone wrong in this visit, especially if this 89 goes. 2 darts, double 16 to break. Double 8.
73.
He can't take it.
Thibaut, you require 32.
And so Chacol will come back for 32.
Game
and
shot
to make it 2-1.
Thibaut Tricol.
And he had to survive a couple of darts on Michel van der Horst. But he's come out the other side,
Fourth leg is Michel to throw first.
The break chance from the Dutchman to go halfway towards victory, halfway towards 4 points, and most likely
100.
putting a huge indent into the chances of Michel van der Horst's progression through to Saturday night's final.
121.
Yeah, huge moments there that Van der Horst passed up. The dart at treble
41.
I think treble 19 was brilliant. And the 2 darts at double didn't miss by much either. But the fine margins.
123.
And all of a sudden, the Frenchman has awoke.
60. $100.
Down to a finish after 9. It's a big one.
29.
But it's a break opportunity now.
57.
And importantly, it's 6. He's going to need the 6.
100.
He's carved open this opportunity and he's left himself 57 after 12 to move him on the brink of the match.
96. Thibaut, you require 57.
17 and tops for a break of throw. There's the 17. And there's the tops.
Thibaut
An
Tricol.
absolutely stunning 14 dart leg from Thibaut Tricol to lead 4-1, and he will throw for the 2 points next.
Fifth leg is Thibaut to throw first. Game
so
on.
it is in the hands of Thibaut Tricol to make it 2 wins for Thibaut Tricol and to keep himself
55.
right in the mix. And he'll make that game in a couple of matches' time against Lisa Ashton.
100.
Oh, so important.
Yeah, important, but there'll also be a part of him thinking, I should have beaten Ryan Harrington as well, and it'll be one of those,
45.
I could have been on this. And look, we all know how the mind plays tricks on us humans.
Then it's that case of,
60.
once again, even though you've not got much time in the back room, just to put it to the back of your mind, because if you let it plague you, then you just continue to fight through those particular thoughts, and you don't need that when you're up on the big stage in front of the lights.
99. $100. 96.
There's a break back opportunity here for Van der Horst if he can find a treble.
57.
Can't find the treble. So Tricol is going to get a second chance here on his throw.
86.
He's himself on Shanghai, but what can Van der Horst leave in response?
60.
Nothing really tangible.
Thibaut
So
require
Tricol,
120.
120 for the match. Can he find the treble, which will locate him the requisite double?
60. Michelle, you require 124.
54. Doesn't go.
56.
So Tricol coming back at
Thibaut
60,
require 60
to seal the deal. Tops. High.
40.
And then drag low.
Michelle, you require
2 match starts
68.
have come and they have departed the Frenchman.
One to save it at double 16.
52.
One to save it, missed. And so Tricol
Thibaut, you
gets that
require
bite of the
20.
cherry once again.
Looking at double 10. Needs to move inside and
Game,
does.
shot,
Thibaut
and
Tricol
match,
finds
Thibaut
double
Tricol.
10. Second dart at the target to seal 4-1 victory, averaging 82.24, and a huge 2 points takes Thibaut Tricol up into third place in the table. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jack Main against Ryan Harrington.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. Game 12 of this afternoon's 15 fixtures is a meeting between a man yet to win any of his first three and a man who's won all three, as Jack Main takes on Ryan Harrington. Interestingly, despite being the one without a win, Main's running average for the day is 5 points higher, more than that in fact, of Harrington's, who is so far unbeaten. Another reminder that this game is not about averages, it's about wins, and Main needs to find one here. Nothing average about the duo in the commentary box. I'll leave that open to your interpretation, Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, after that short break, to our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Just having a look at the odds, Henry. It's an interesting one that the bookies actually have Jack Main as favourite in this game, when you've got a man that's won 3 from 3, a man that's lost 3 from 3, and they've spun it the other way.
And in some weird way, you can
first leg, it's Jack
you can look at both sides of the
Game
coin
on.
here. Look, Harrington's got the victories on the board. Main hasn't. Main's lost 2 of his 3 matches by the margin of 4 legs to 3. But then, if you crunch the
41.
numbers, and of course numbers are only academic because you don't win games because of numbers, but Main's level of performance has been by and large higher than that of Harrington. So the bookmakers have put
44.
Jack Main out as the 8-13 favourite, Harrington 6-5, and this again, we were mentioning off air, is pretty much must win for Jack Main.
131.
Yeah, Jack Main has to win his last 2 games of the day to still have a realistic chance tomorrow.
45. 85.
The way it's looking, either Thibaut or Lisa will be on 6 points by the end of the day.
134.
If Ryan Harrington is only on 6 points still and Jack Main can get to 4, damage limitation has been achieved.
41.
At this point, I think it's, if that result was to happen and Jack Main wins in the final round of fixtures, there's only one result that's going to become apparent, and that is the rest of the field wanting Shane McGurk to beat Ryan Harrington, put him on 10, and just chase the one spot.
57. 100. Jack, you require 146.
Hello. Treble 18 doesn't go, so Harrington 120
96.
to take the opener against the darts.
Ryan, you require 120.
Treble. Not located, so Main the opportunity
60.
to go 1 up in what is a must-win game for him.
Double 10 leaves double 15. It's a double-double combo you don't see too often.
Game shot.
It was
on the first
effective.
leg. Jack Main.
He's still looking at the screen now. He's not convinced he's hit it. Look at him. He's still not sure, even though Justin's called game shot.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We're as complex as you are, Jack. But you know what? If it goes in, it goes in.
30.
That was on par with the look he gave the 92 when he bust.
140.
That scoreboard has been given a couple of looks today, hasn't it?
132.
Could do with a treble here.
100.
And finds one. Ryan Harrington just pushing and pulling.
98.
At the moment, the action, you can see he's fighting, where earlier on it just looked a lot smoother, a lot more rhythmical.
57.
Where now it's a little bit forced.
Jack Main's got to look at this from the perspective of the opportunities there to be open. Now make sure you crank open the door.
81.
81 leaves him on 1, 2, 3. He's going to get first go in this leg, but how handy can Harrington leave this?
100. Jack, you require 123.
That was bare minimum. 54 would have left the ball.
40. Ryan, you require 94.
Excellent dart. Tots of Harrington.
Game
to level up
second
at
leg.
one apiece
in.
What was it? Has to be said. A very strange leg. But the animal gets us back level.
Third leg is Jack to throw first.
And it's Jack Main with the darts in the third.
Yeah, and he went the aggressive route and got away with it. We'd have been questioning it if he'd have missed not going the ball route, but he's done it, so.
Somewhat
140.
ironic raise of the eyebrows there from Jack Main. Well, we know he has form of hitting 9 darters in the PDC. Only Conor Heenahan has done it here. But Jack Main has set it up.
Hold on to your hats. We've seen him do it before.
100.
Jack Main,
you require
over to you. 141. Oh, have we got some pantomime boos we can play? Have we got the button?
59.
Boo. If you want to boo, go in the car park.
Booing's fine, it's whistling that's the issue.
91. Jack, you require 82.
The 9 has gone. Jack Main now turns his advantage to winning it. 70.
There's 7 left. He has a glance over to the referee, Justin Bradshaw.
Again, board management there.
80. Ryan, you require 170.
He's left himself on double one. And Harrington will not take out the fish. Well, I've got to say,
41.
I've not seen many 13 darters taken out on double one. I have
On the
now!
third leg, Jack Main.
I've seen it all. I don't think I've got any words for that. That's one of the moments of
Fourth leg is
the
Ryan
series
to
so
throw
far.
first. Game on.
Supercalifragilistic, but that double one might be enormous.
134.
Yeah, very different.
60.
The other thing that says to me as well is that he doesn't trust his tops hitting. Because on the 82, obviously everyone knows ball leaves double 16. 25, 17 at tops. That says to me that he doesn't trust his tops hitting as well at the moment.
$140.
It was just an incredible moment to play there.
82.
But ultimately, regardless of what happened, he got the leg one.
60.
Yeah, but at what cost? Because I look at it and you can see he's almost thinking again what's just gone on, because the scoring boots have now disappeared again because he's overthinking it.
Well, the interesting thing is, in those scenarios, he actually does the hard work of winning the leg, and it's then in the next leg does it then seem to compute.
140.
Yeah, 100%.
Because
132. At that point in time, you're just going for what the referee tells you to go for, and then as you walk back round,
107.
you're thinking, hang on a minute, what have I just done there? And then the cogs start turning, and then you start overanalyzing, overthinking.
Well, he now can't finish from here because the 2 is left him on 99.
And again, you have to question the board management in that situation.
69. Ryan, you require 25.
He may get away with it. He may not. Double 8 for 2 apiece.
9.
And you can see the frustration etched across Ryan Harrington's face.
Takes back, recomposes,
Game
finds
shot on the
double
fourth
16
leg.
for the break
Jack Main.
and a 3-1 lead. And he is on the verge of his first win of the group. 17 darter to put him on the cusp.
Game on.
Ryan Harrington looks in the background. Bewildered, most probably confused.
41.
It's been a strange game, but Jack Main's still averaging 86.5 for all the showmanship, flamboyance, and sometimes stupidity.
Well, the thing is, even though we've mentioned these moments, he's still been able to, when it's come to the doubles, keep it all together.
100.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, he analysed everything. He'll be fully aware of the situation he is now in Group C. He knows he has to win
140.
these last 2, otherwise it's almost job done. Go home.
128.
He's putting in a push towards the finishing line.
80.
And he has got 6 darts on 2-3-2 to pick up his first points of the day.
$92.
Down to a finish first. But Ryan Harrington could be on a much more manageable finish.
122. Jack, you require 140.
82. We've seen that before.
He may not get a go. Connor Scott would go double 14 here.
100. Ryan, you require 82.
Another one. He's gone the sensible route.
42.
And so Jack May wants Tops to get his first points of the group. Tops gets it done for Jack May, who gets the points on the board in the end. He deposes of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 1. The performance in terms of the numbers is very good. 89.7, 2 maximums, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. A 13 dart leg, 1 on double 1. You don't see that every day here at the Super Series. Right, next up, Thibaut Tricol against Lisa Ashton. This is huge in terms of the middle portion of the table.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello again, we're approaching the end of this afternoon's action here at the MODUS Super Series. Each player has just 1 game left to play on the opening day of Group C before they park up for the halfway house, ready for the final sprint tomorrow. And as you can see, Shane McGurk, 4 from 4, looking in a very good position. But that first defeat of the day for Ryan Harrington before the break, with Jack Main getting a win, has put him under a bit of pressure, and he will be joined on 6 points by one of the middle pair at the end of this next match. A crunch clash for Thibaut Tricol and Lisa Ashton. It's their 4th fixture of the week, having played in Group A. Thibaut leads their mini head-to-head 2-1, but this is without doubt the most important of those clashes so far. And on hand to guide you through it, it's back to Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, for this huge encounter here at the Live Lounge. And in terms of Group C qualification, this could be pivotal for either one of these players, Henry.
Well, certainly, especially after that last defeat for Ryan Harrington, and a victory for Thibaut Tricol would put him above Harrington overnight by way of legs difference. Whilst if Ashton can accrue the 2 points, well, it sets everything up quite nicely going into the final couple of games of the session. After this, McGurk against Harrington, and then Jack Main off the back of that victory against Ryan Harrington takes on the player at the bottom of the table in Michel van der Horst. So the last round of matches on day 1 could well dictate a lot as we move into the final day's action. A reminder, of course, as well, that this isn't the end of our darts here at the Super Series for Thursday. We're going to be returning
First leg,
from
it's
10
Thibaut to
o'clock
throw
this evening
first.
for the
Game on.
beginning of action from Group B. And what a cast list we've got for that as well. Steve West, Dan Reed, Lee Shewan joining the field alongside Patrick
140.
Martin, Daniel Lee.
Yeah, looking forward to
97.
Group B this evening. Very tough one to call. But Thibaut Tricol
123.
won his last 2 games and looks in the mood here.
100.
We were just wondering whether at some point this week we would see Thibaut just go through the gears a little bit. And we've seen it at times today. We're seeing it in this opening leg.
140.
Yeah, and
135.
if he can
TV
finish
require
the
98.
day on 6 points, joint second, or at worst third, after losing
Game shot in the first leg.
his
Thibaut
opener,
Tricol.
it'll be a right result for him.
Talking about right results, a 98 for 12 darter to start with the throw.
Second leg is
Thibaut
Lisa to throw
Tricol
first.
is off to
Game
a
on.
pretty much perfect start to proceedings here against Lisa Ashton.
96.
Yeah, he can take so much confidence from that opening leg. 12 darter.
125. 140.
The 140 hidden today has been absolutely tremendous, Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Lisa Ashton.
100.
That she's battled her way from Group A here, and she set the bar in the opening game when she averaged 96 against Jack Main in a fabulous performance, and she just looks more herself.
100.
And again, that just comes down to confidence and winning games.
Bullseye.
99.
She attacked it.
We obviously won't reveal it yet.
136. Lisa, you require
I'm
33.
Looking forward to next week, I'm not going to lie.
It's a little bit good.
Game shot on the
bit
second
like
leg.
this
Lisa
game,
Ashton.
because level we are at one apiece of legs of 12 and 14 respectively. I'm going to show you the averages.
Third leg is Thibaut to
Have a
throw
look
first.
at that.
Game on.
It's not bad, is it?
It's okay.
43.
It's going to plummet now.
I'll take him off, Thibaut. I'll take him off.
You know you're playing well when 9 points just instantly drops off your
100.
average.
$100.
We know you're playing well when tons are taking points off your average.
Never been in that position.
140.
I've never been in a position to have an average that's showable on a screen.
60.
Lisa Ashton is forging a break opportunity here. Another.
82.
Has stolen the darts from Thibaut Tricol. I'd say this needs to be a max.
100.
Lisa Ashton has 6 darts to get rid of 179.
And crucially as well, this is for a breaker throw.
137.
Stupendous setup to leave herself on 42 after 12.
42 points to lead 2-1.
Lisa, you require
42 points to break the throw. Huge moments incoming.
Game
15
shot on the third
dart
leg.
leg from
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton. It is a break of throw. And the Lancashire Rose is now in control of this tie.
You know,
Fourth leg
John
is Lisa
Park
to throw
references
first.
a good game not being above 5 visits at any point. Well, that is exactly what we have seen here. 12, 14, 15 for the first 3 legs, and Ashton
100.
leads 2-1.
More of this, please, guys. More of this.
If we could have 15 games like this every day, we'd be
100.
very happy.
I can't remember which. It might have been in when we were still in Southampton. But I remember one of the days at Champions
58.
Week was just ridiculous. It was one of the Group A's. And it was just off the scale one day.
125.
I remember Group B where James Richardson averaged 98 for the night and didn't win a game.
Yeah, you know you've been in a good
45.
group when that happens.
Yeah, you're cursing to someone, aren't you, at that point?
60.
Tricol has stolen the darts here.
28.
And is in a great position to break straight back. Lisa will be disappointed with herself. She's done the hard work, broke in 15. But is then going to hand it back.
140.
I like the old Thibaut Tricol darts as well. Proper old fashioned with some knurling on the barrel. You don't see that
30.
enough these days.
Thibaut, you require 76.
Oh, hello. Double 18, double top.
Some showboating.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Ooh la la,
Tricol.
Thibaut Tricol. A little bit of French flair to level up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Thibaut to throw first.
2 breaks a throw,
Game
both in
on.
15 darts. But again, Lisa Ashton will be disappointed that she handed it straight back. Advantage Tricol.
Averaging 102.72.
55.
And again, that was a 15 darter, so we keep that trajectory of everything being 5 visits or under.
That's unlucky.
40.
Had a few bounce outs today, hasn't she, Lisa
100.
Ashton?
Yeah, again, it goes back to the point we were making earlier. Because of her setup with that short point and moulded flight,
93.
any slight deflection or nick just takes all the power out of the dart.
140.
Thibaut, if that first dart comes in plumb, we're expecting Bedfellow to follow. He is a bit of an FDM.
Plenty of them around.
A lot of them around.
One of the quirks of a modern player, the way they all play at such a pace. If the
100.
first dart is there, they just instantly follow.
133. Thibaut, you require
Just looking for the
106.
171.
Well, if we're going to keep the trend going of sub-15 legs, this 106 has got to go, and it's not going to.
That dart
36.
for the treble 18 was wild.
$80. Thibaut, you require
So,
70.
Tricol 70 to lead again. Only going to get a dart of the ball.
45. Lisa, you require 98.
And so can Ashton find a break of throw. Tricol's already taken out 98 in this game. And Ashton's going to
shot on
do
the fifth
likewise
leg.
to
Lisa
break the
Ashton.
throw, to go 3-2 up. And now she has the darts to move on to 6 points overnight. And how
Sixth leg is
quickly
Lisa
can a
to throw
game
first.
change in
Game
the
on.
fortunes of the Lancashire Rose potentially. It's her to the taking now.
Yeah, and it goes back to the mistake from Tricol only getting a dart of the ball from 70, and he paid the ultimate price.
121.
Finishing in this game as well. Tricol 50%, Ashton 60%.
95.
Magical finishing stats.
And remember, one of those was with a double-double combination for Tricol on the 76, the double
140.
18 and the double top.
We go into the 200% mark again.
Grey area because he's missed one at double.
100.
So Ashton, 102 for the match.
102.
And this has been a fantastic leg, leaving a finish after 9 with the darts. A 102 to finish it off. She went for single 10 and it's gone the other side into the 15. And so it's all about setting up from here.
86.
And she does that with some aplomb.
I like the old Lisa telling herself off.
60. Lisa, you require 16.
She'll be jubilant if this goes in.
Game,
because that
shot,
moves her
and a
on to
match.
6
Lisa
points
Ashton.
overnight. And Lisa Ashton betters Thibaut Jacol by 4 legs to 2 in a quality encounter. And the embrace at the end is a mark of respect from the pair, from the battle they've just had against one another. Jacol, despite an average of just under 96.5, and that 98 finish, a 76 as well, finished with double 18 double top, was beaten by Ashton, who was 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling. A 98 herself managed to get herself 3-2 up and then ran to the finishing line from there. So it's the Lancashire Rose who moves on to 6, and after the break, Shane McGurk can complete the card if he gets the better of Ryan Harrington.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Well, that was a fantastic match before the break there, wasn't it? Game of the group, maybe even the game of the week so far between Thibaut Jacol and Lisa Ashton. Ashton winning it 4-2, and that means that she's very much in the mix going into the final day of action in this group. She's going to be right on the shoulder of the top 2, and they're about to go head-to-head in the next match. So it will either be both of them on 8 points, Ryan Harrington and Shane McGurk, or McGurk could go through the field, make it a clean sweep, and put himself in a very, very promising position to progress to finals night with 10, the perfect 10. Michelle van der Horst and Jack Main still to play at the foot of the field, but this one is at the summit, and the best seat in the house is occupied by Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to this table-topping tie. As Chris explained there, huge moments here in Group C. Either Ryan Harrington will have a share of the spoils at the top, or Shane McGurk is going to go to bed tonight. A very happy man, Henry.
He may have the perfect day. It might be 5-star Shane here at the Super Series. Or it could be Harrington.
First leg is Ryan
who
to throw
creates
first.
that
Game on.
2-player scenario on 8 points. And, well, for McGurk here, you can look at it from the perspective of if he does the double over Ryan Harrington, gets on to 12 points, Harrington on 6, he'll feel like he's done
36.
half the work in terms of qualification there.
Yeah, especially because the fixtures are flipped, and we'll see this one
85.
game 2 tomorrow.
And effectively, because Main and Van der Horst is the last game of today's session and the first game of tomorrow's, this will be the first game that will have a
45.
direct influence on the top of the table.
$100.
And even at this early stage, Shane McGurk has settled better than Ryan Harrington and has effectively stolen
60.
the darts already. 3 troubleless visits from Harrington has opened the door And McGurk is charging through it.
180.
The arrow fires towards his targets. Harrington took out this 136 and a 4-2 win against Lisa Ashton. Is McGurk going to repay the favour? He's got 6 from here. He may only need the 3. That sneaks in. Oh, no, it didn't. My apologies. It looked as if it was in for a second.
$140. Shane, you require 8.
The first blood in the table-topping game.
Game shot in the
goes
first leg.
to Shane McGurk. 14 dart, breaker throw. Very, very good.
Second leg
McGurk.
is Shane to throw first. Game on.
Solid Shane.
58.
But how many times do we see that? Breaker throw and then first visit with the darts in the next leg comes up dry.
96.
Yeah, not punished as much as it could have been, though. Only 1 treble from Harrington. Would have loved 2 trebles just to compound
95.
the poor start from McGurk.
$140.
Much better from Harrington.
$60.
That's downstairs on 265.
$87.
How much he'd love to fire in a 140 here to leave himself on a finish.
95.
Not going to happen, and so Harrington's got 6 or 178 to get the break back, which McGurk won in such good circumstances in the opener.
134.
Beautiful setup to leave himself on 44 after 12, and McGurk, who won the opening leg against the darts in 14, could see himself lose the second leg against the darts in the space of 14.
Brian, you require
If
44.
Harrington can go a loco, it's 12 double 16
Game
for
shot in the
another
second
14
leg.
and gets
Ryan
the break
Harrington.
back. And it's as you are, but what a piece.
Yeah, and that's a fabulous response from Ryan Harrington.
Third leg is Ryan to throw
Didn't fire
first.
at all in
Game
leg
on.
1, but comes charging back in leg 2. 2 legs, 2 breaks a throw.
29.
The door may be open for a third, and at that point we can officially call it a breakathlon. The 20's over there.
77.
Got the model drift.
$96.
Just a reminder, Group B returns tonight, 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Some big names on the
95.
stage. Steve West, Dan Reed, Lee Shewan, Patrick Mark, Daniel Lee. We always have Owen Binks reffing. We can't have everything in life, can we?
177.
It'd be interesting to see how Steve West bounces back, because last time he played here, 3-1 up, needing 1 leg to qualify for Champions Week finals night. And he
99.
missed match starts, I think, in every leg and ended up losing 4-3. So it'll be interesting to see the response.
133.
Knowing Steve West, there will be a charged up attitude in the fact that he'll want to put it right.
Yeah, agreed. But we've also seen some good numbers from him. He's been away and played in the ADC Vault events.
45. Ryan,
And
you
done
require
very, very well
66.
in them. So the game's in a good place.
There's most certainly the fire in the belly. There's no doubt in that. Tots are Harrington.
46.
He's going to come back for more for 2-1.
Yeah, McGurk's just lost the line almost and lost the rhythm from leg 1. And in part as well that Harrington's upped his level as well.
75. Ryan, you require 20.
Double 10. And now 5s.
Game shot in the third leg.
Hamilton leads by 2 legs to 1.
Yeah, and although it was only a double 5, it was a good double 5 because
Fourth
they
leg,
can
it's
become
Shane to
tricky
throw
when you
first.
start chasing
Game on.
and running. If you then go inside, you're then inviting pressure by letting your opponent back. So very tidy there from Ryan Harrington.
And it could have got very stodgy.
100.
And it's a case in that final game of the day.
120.
You've played 4 matches. You've got to dig in at the last to make sure that you get out of your day exactly what you want.
140.
Welcome back, Shane McGurk. After a couple of legs off, has found those scoring boots again.
42.
He does this, though, doesn't he? Around leg 4 onwards, he just finds a little bit of a boost.
$100.
He's himself on a finish after 9, the 161.
60. Shane, you require 161.
Doesn't need to take this out, but may want to.
136.
The great entertainer in Shane McGurk. We said he didn't need to. However, almost did.
58. Shane, you require 25.
Could continue our spree of 14s. You can find double 8. Just nudge it across, find your way in, and back level we are at 2 apiece. And maybe once again, Shane McGurk is making that little bit of a mid-match move. He tends to
fifth leg, it's Ryan to
peak around the middle portion of the game, and is he doing so again here?
Yeah, and we're level going into leg 5. You feel that this is all on Shane McGurk's scoring power. The 2 legs that he has hooked it all up. He's absolutely annihilated Ryan Harrington in the scoring phase.
100.
It's a great pitch start there from Harrington, but
125
doesn't use it on dart 2, but readjusts and finds it on dart 3.
Whereas that's perfect for Shane. That's dangling.
140.
Brave. That dart was almost just resting on the wire. I'm not sure any contact in and around that dart. It would still be there.
55.
It would have been like 2 tectonic plates colliding.
$97.
He's himself on a finish after 9 again. Keeps doing this.
And we saw him almost provide a roof raiser in the last leg, and this is in the same sort of range.
This time he actually has to go for it.
It'd be funny this time if hit the other 2 and just went, no, I'm one in the 10 or 18.
160.
And then Harrington took out the 160. Can he take out the 160? Not on this occasion. And so McGurk, 96 to break the throw again within that 5-visit range and to make it 3-2. And then he'll have the darts to complete the card.
You require 96.
Fabulous setup play from Ryan Harrington, but will he get a go? Double-double.
76.
Drags low on the tops.
Ryan, you require 32.
Just jot it down, because it may be important if Harrington takes out the double 16,
Game shot
which he does to lead 3-2, and Shane McGurk, who had a dart himself to break, tease his chances possibly of a perfect day.
6th leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Goodbye the bye. He's got to win
on.
the lot from here if he's going to do that. Harrington 3-2 up.
55.
That could be a huge moment in Group C.
131.
Because now the McGurk throw is under a little bit of pressure early on in leg 6.
140.
Great recovery after the first dart. He could have been in all sorts of peril there. He still could be in all sorts of peril. That's unlucky from Harrington.
80.
We'll now switch up.
136.
And we know he's going to go for it, but just because of previous form, well, he may have to go for it.
121. Shane, you require 170.
So far today, we've seen good, bad, and indifferent maths.
The fish from McGurk. The fish from McGurk.
We
almost went berserk.
He is threatening a big finish today. Missed the ball
97.
twice now.
Shane, you require 25.
Double 8 to send us all the way. Just down a little bit.
9. Ryan, you require
Harrington
72.
with a chance to win it. Another. Tops. And Harrington does it. The top of the table clash. Ryan Harrington has given himself a share of the overnight lead in Group C, ending Shane McGurk's unbeaten start to the day. Fabulous stuff from both of them. McGurk 94.38, Harrington 88.83. Coming up after the break is our final game of this session, and it is Michelle van der Horst against Jack Main.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Just one game left to play on Thursday afternoon here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series. Jack Main will take on Michelle van der Horst. Now, the previous match means that the top two are tied at the end of the first day. Shane McGurk, Ryan Harrington, both on 8 points. Good win for Harrington, that, and kind of doing what he's been doing all day. He won it with a lower average. McGurk has been the best performer statistically in the group, but Ryan Harrington, well, he's got his timing right, and he's picked up 4 wins out of 5. It's also good news for Lisa Ashton, because she is right on the shoulder of the pair of them and will be very much in the mix. Doesn't really do a lot of favours to this pair about to play now, though. Main and van der Horst will really need an enormous day tomorrow, even if they win this match, particularly van der Horst, who is yet to get a win so far. Can he change that here? We're about to find out in the company of Henry and Phil.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so to the final game of the session we go, and it pits the players at the bottom of the table, and Jack Main and Michelle van der Horst. For Jack Main, if he wins this one, he moves on to 4 points, and we're in that unique position where we're in that 4-pointer territory. So if he can actually do the double here over Michelle van der Horst, he would move on to 6 points before anybody else would have the opportunity to play again, and he can maybe just apply a little bit of table pressure from those in front.
Yeah, look, there's another twist in Group C, isn't there? That if Jack Main can get the job done, then it's all to play for tomorrow in a very evenly looking split. You'll have 2 on 8, 1 on 6,
first
2
leg
on
is
4.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Michelle has to win this game to have any chance of going through. A defeat here, and it's pretty much all done and dusted.
60.
It'd be all she wrote. This game's all we're going to write for this afternoon, but fear not. We'll be back at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B.
57.
Yeah, you won't have long to wait.
$41.
So we sent out that social media poll a little bit earlier on this afternoon as to your favourite shirts in darts. We've had a few answers come in on social media. Richie Howson, which is quite poignant after West Ham winning the Conference League yesterday.
Did he vote for that himself?
100.
If he hasn't, he probably has now. Kevin Painter, the artist.
Get behind that.
Kai Fan Lung.
95.
David Schlitting.
It's all right.
And Matt Heiss, as Main here has to
58. Michelle, you require 149.
think things through there.
$99.
So, Jack Main. How handy can he leave this?
56.
Not very is the answer. That should have been better. That's a funny angle. But the recovery dart is very, very good. And Van der Horst holds in the opening leg in 18 in this must-win tie for him to keep any hopes alive.
Game on.
There may only be a flickering hope, but it's still a hope.
And whilst the flame is still burning, there is still an opportunity.
60.
Who is it who sang the song Eternal Flame?
The original or the cover one that you probably know?
81.
Both, I suppose, in that case.
You're thinking of Atomic Kitten, aren't you?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, the original answer is the Bangles. I'm showing my age now, aren't I?
I wasn't even born when Atomic Kitten released the song Whole Again.
140.
I wasn't even born when the Spice Girls split up.
I was at school when the Spice Girls went to #1 for the first time.
I'm going to show my age a little bit here. The UK #1 track, the day I was born, was Rock DJ by Robbie Williams.
Wow.
You should see Phil's face right now.
101. $95.
So Van der Horst first to finish here, leaving 140 after 12.
92. Michelle, you require 140.
For the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. Another one of them or double top. Stay with the treble I. Like the
100.
feel of the first dart.
Jack, you require 150.
Right, so Jack May, 150 to level up. Remember, this is with the darts.
$112. Michelle, you require 40.
Smile and grimace from Jack Main. That double 18 leads in double 19. If he's going to come back, he's not going to come back.
Michelle Van der Horst.
And Michelle Van der Horst opens up a 2-0 lead. 16 darter to double his advantage.
It's not the first time today either that Jack Main has been scratching his head, looking at the scoreboard.
First, game on.
An inquisitive look from the main man.
43.
And this just highlights and showcases the importance of knowing your way around the board. Because when you don't, and you think you do, like then, you're like, what? And you can just see him thinking, and what have I just done there?
Do you feel like there could be an element of coaching that possibly players could look at if they are having struggles with numbers and counting possibly that could be a route for players just to sharpen up on those areas every now and then.
Yeah, completely. That most finishes or setups are just about patterns of numbers, and once it's ingrained in your way of thinking,
85.
You kind of learn the rest from that.
$100.
But also, I genuinely believe as well, it comes back to the electronic scoreboards that never used to be around. So you used to have to be able to count, where now it's over an iPad or an old-fashioned electric scoreboard that you just punch the numbers in and it does it all for you.
Well, back in the day, you wouldn't be allowed to play if you couldn't chalk
Michelle,
properly.
you require 136.
100%.
And we say this because we know the natural ability Jack has got. That's just there. It's war. It's
Jack,
there
you require 97.
There to see. And our comments in this commentary box is obviously there's also to the help and the aid of the players as well. I know they
76.
give a little bit of feedback.
Michelle, you require 88.
And they like to listen to some of the comments and constructive criticisms that we sometimes give here as Van der Horst looks for the ball for 3-0.
54. Jack, you require 21.
To get a break back. I'm not sure what he's going to hit here. Ah, the old small 5 route.
Game shot in the third leg. Jack Main.
By the look on his face, that wasn't what he was aiming for, but it's effective, and it is a break back. Jack Main is back in this game.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
A game he has to win, you feel?
It's a game they both have to win for different reasons.
121. $100.
It's a great second up from Jack Main.
90.
But when that first start finds a bed like that, that's when Van der Horst can really find his light.
Yeah, Van der Horst has got better
95
as the day's gone on. Although there's no wins, that his first 2 games he was off the pace. But his second 2, he's been competitive and been
57.
in and around. But he'll be frustrated that these performances weren't here from the get-go today.
It's kind of been the story of his week, really, to a certain extent.
99.
In terms of the performance level. Sometimes he's harboured them with results, but...
54. Jack, you require 96.
So, to level up at 2 apiece and to turn this game around, 2 at double 18.
78.
Inside, and so Van der Horst 150 to put himself on the brink. Not to be, and so Main, double 9.
92.
To level up
Jack,
at 2-2.
18.
Has to go.
9.
Dragged inside.
Michelle, you require 58.
That comes from the first 2 not being good guides either.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Michelle
Van der Horst gets the break on tops and he leads 3-1. And so he's on the verge now of victory against Jack Main, which will put him onto 2 points.
Fifth leg is Michelle to throw first.
Alongside the main man. Well, the main men in this group have been Shane McGurk and Ryan Harrington. Both of them accruing 8 points on their opening day
80.
efforts in Group C. A reminder, we're back tonight. Group B action begins at 10 o'clock at the MODUS Super Series. We're going to be live with you on the Super Series YouTube channel as well as Sporty Stuff TV.
140. $100.
And I'll give you a little bit of an insight. So you'll see a very lavish shirt from the presenter.
$140.
We'll be pleased to know no turtlenecks involved.
60. $140.
Excellent 140 from Main. Excellent response in this leg, leaving 81 after 9.
35. Jack, you require 81.
Could be on for a potential 11 here. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
56.
Went for the bull. Found the outside. And so leaves himself on 25 upon his return.
100. Jack, you require 25.
For the break for 3-2. 2 8s. And now 4s.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2.
Jack Main.
Jack Main gets the break. And we are back on throw in this game.
First, game on. $96.
Treble to start. And that first start just pitched below, and so Van der Horst has to
58.
Run for cover, but he comes up dry, and so advantage Main in this 6th leg.
58.
Phil Bars has made his way up to the balcony to join Chris Murphy to analyse all the day's proceedings.
134.
And we will
93.
get the analysis following the conclusion of this game. But how soon or how long will that be?
137. 100.
So Main first to have finished, but Van der Horst can leave it much handier.
54. Jack, you require 154.
154 to send us all the way. Not to be, and so Michel van der Horst has the opportunity on 118
95.
to get Jack Main's
Michel,
number.
you require 118.
Beautiful guide. Double 19.
80.
Doesn't go.
Jack, you require
and so
59.
Jack Main, 59 to take us to a decider. Tops.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jack
And
Main.
we go to leg 7 again. It's been a week dominated by last leg deciders of the MODUS Super Series. And we go all the way to Hill again
Michel
here.
to throw first. Game on.
That is the 6th
60.
game of the session that has gone all the way to a decider.
$100.
Van der Horst came up dry with the first visit. Main finds a treble with the last dart.
85.
How much Main could do with a 2 treble visit here.
140.
Finds a 2 treble visit.
$45.
Could do with a treble.
60.
Doesn't get the treble. Should be in a good position nonetheless.
97.
So 6 darts from 201 for Jack Main. To get over the line, to get the job done, and to move on to 4 points, which will keep him in with a squeak.
99.
He's himself 102. Van der Horst could do with a treble
60.
here. Doesn't find a treble.
Jack, you
He
require
leaves himself on a
102.
finish, but Jack Main, 102 for the match. Treble 14? No, bullseye for double 16.
70.
And it almost went.
Michel, you require 154.
No way could Michel do it with a 154. No is the answer.
100.
And so Main return to
Jack,
double
you require
16 to
32.
get the job done, to get the game won, to move on to 4 points overnight. 1 left in hand. Not
No
found.
score.
And Michel van der
Michel, you
Horst
require
returns to
54.
54 to pick up his first points of the day. tops.
Game,
found
shot, and the
for
match, Michelle van der Horst.
to get the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 3 in the last game of the session. Main, who had 4 darts to win it himself, to move him on to 4 points overnight. For van der Horst picks up his first points in the final game of the day. And how important could that be in the end proceedings here in Group C in terms of the table scenario? So those are the tails of the tape in our final game of the session. Van der Horst a 4-3 victor, but it is a 2-way tie at the top between McGurk and Harrington. And to describe and discuss all of that up on the balcony, Phil Bars is alongside Chris Murphy.
He certainly is, yeah, thank you, Henry. Jack Main, well, that kind of just typified his day, didn't it? It looked like he'd saved it, but then loses out in the end. And how close were those darts at double?
The darts at double were unbelievably close. The last one in particular, how you can go inside and not go in sometimes just baffles me. We've seen it a few times today, but yeah, we've seen the good, the bad and the indifferent of Jack Main all in one session.
Yeah, it's been a strange group. We'll take a look at the table as it is at the end of the first day's play. 2 players tied at the top, Shane McGurk and Ryan Harrington, but if you crunch their numbers, McGurk been a much better performer than Harrington, yet level on all of those metrics on that screen.
Yeah, look, that's why we love the sport, and me and Henry were alluding to that same thing in commentary, that if you look at all the numbers, Shane McGurk has been head and shoulders the best player in the group, but only finds himself with a share of the lead overnight.
Yeah, Harrington beat him. Lisa Ashton hot on the heels. I think if you've taken that 11-1 might be fancying her tomorrow.
She's in the mix, as she always is, and it was pleasing for me that from Group A to here, the improvement has been huge, and she looks more like the Lancashire Rose that we've seen win 4 world titles.
Right, we'll have a quick look at how things are panning out this week. We know already that Tommy Morris has made it through Group A, and we've seen Group C this afternoon, but tonight Group B is going to get underway. Patrick Mart and Daniel Lee we saw in Group A. Dan Reid comes in with Lee Shewan and Steve West. What are your thoughts ahead of that?
I think it's a really exciting group on paper, and I'm sure it will play out that way on stage as well. I was doing a little bit of research as we do. Dan Reid's had a couple of really good performances for Berkshire A on a stage. I know there's no TV cameras, but it's still stage experience, and he's played well here before. But I just think it's a really exciting group, and Lee Shewan is the one. We've seen him here do some really good things, and again, a bit like with Shane McGurk, I think his A game is very exciting, but it's can he find a bit of level ground with that B game?
Just back to this group before we end this afternoon's coverage. The 2 players we've just seen there, is that them done now? That win doesn't really do that much for Michelle, does it?
It doesn't. Look, if either of them to go through, they're going to have to be perfect tomorrow. Is it doable? Yes, we've seen it before. Will it happen? Unlikely, but they've still got a chance. And while there is a flickering hope, they have to believe.
And one thing that Jack Main must have to work on is his mathematics. He's had a few sort of little meltdowns. It's been one of those days for him, really, hasn't it? And we saw that sort of typified by this mathematical meltdown here. Yeah, it was a strange one, and he was still looking at the scoreboard afterwards, even after Justin had said no score. He couldn't comprehend it in his own head that he'd miscounted, and then we saw it again a few times where he left 38 and for instead of tops and things like that, and that just sums up his day. And we see it at the very elite level. 1 or 2 points here and there can cause you all sorts of problems. Yeah, so important to get the numbers right. The only number you need to remember is 10, because 10 p.m. tonight we are back on air with Group B kicking off. Steve West, the leading light in that one. Will he lead the way? It's a 2-player share for top spot. 2 will go through when this group resumes tomorrow. But we will see you at 10. Statistics from him, so we're basically getting a read of him all over again today.
As a Pilgrim, we just know the levels that he can muster and he can produce. There was a point last year on the Pro Tour, because he got a call-up courtesy of the Challenge Tour system. He got called up to the Pro Tour. He lost out in a first-round game, averaged impressively, and for so long was top of the Pro Tour average order of merit.
He was,
78.
When he run into, you were having a look back over some of his matches, and he had some horrendous draws. And credit to him, he ran those seeds close, didn't he?
Yeah, having a look at how John Worsley ended his Pro Tour career.
To date.
Should mention that. Now, he got drawn in his last few Pro Tour events. In the last batch, he had Johnny Clayton, Joe Cullen, Dave Chisnell, Nathan Aspinall.
Don't understand why he didn't keep his card.
Interestingly, his last game to date as a tour card holder was in the World Championship qualifier, where he came up against Steve West.
Well, may come up against him for 20 grand on Saturday night.
97.
We are sold out to capacity Saturday night. Looking forward to seeing all of the lucky ones that were sensible enough to book their tickets.
79.
Unbelievable amount of people that, can you get me in? Can you get me a ticket? I've been telling you for ages, book your ticket, it's £1.
In some ways, it must be doing something right if we're getting messages that say, can you sneak us in?
Yeah. No,
78.
Just make sure you don't have the 2 blue ticks on those messages.
76. John, you require 100.
Uncharacteristically slow start here for Pilgrim, which means Worsley's going to get 6 on this 108. He may only need the 3. Well, that is one way to leave double 16. Double, why not?
John Worsley.
1-0. And
second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's as many legs in a match that Pilgrims lost all night. Dropping just the 1 leg in each match played.
100.
As I was mentioning on your way down, before tonight, because the last time we saw him was progressing through the Championship, not many other metrics or statistics we can look at, because he hasn't played as much competition darts as the rest of the players in the field. We're kind of getting a reading for him all over again.
Yeah, he's just been playing
140.
Playing some local stuff, a lot of Super League, and he feels like that's been more than enough for him at the moment.
100.
Sometimes you find with players, sometimes just taking that step back can always be the step forward.
Agreed. Absolutely spot on.
85.
Look at Martin Schindler, dropped off the tour, went back to Q School. That little step back for him in his career turned out to be okay in the end.
60.
For sure.
That's
you sometimes you do. You just have to take a step back, regroup.
134.
Maybe have a look from the outside in, see what you can do better. See how you can prepare better. Sometimes you can overanalyze it. It's such a game of
42.
fine margins. As we've just seen in the last match, you know, he's a couple of mil off the 143, and
game shot of the second leg, John Worsley.
As it is, Mike Gillett remains pointless, whilst Worsley backs up the 15 dart break with a 14 dart hold. This is very good indeed. 103.66 the average.
As a Pilgrim's been just beneath the levels we come to expect of him thus far, and Worsley, as well as his fine play, is taking full advantage of it. And when you have a player like Dale Pilgrim, who has had a slow tentative start to this game, jump all over it. Don't allow him to then sneak back into it.
Well, we've seen a perfect example of that from Scott Taylor against John Worsley, didn't we? The match he was just allowing him to linger, and then all of a sudden, boom, he finds one of those purple patches. Worsley's average climbs to 108.
123.
But Pilgrim has awoken in this leg. Scores of a ton 40, 134, 123. He's on 104 after 9. But he ain't getting any breathing room whatsoever.
125, 140, 140 in the scoring phase from Worsley.
Hotting up quite nicely. Hotting up indeed.
64.
The first start missed at double in this match.
96.
He's already taken out 96 tonight. Took it out
72
in that match.
Daryl
He lost against
40.
Scott Taylor.
Game shot on the third leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
13 data for Pilgrim brings it back to 2-1.
Well, it's improving in increments of 1.
Fourth leg, John to throw first.
15 data in leg 1 for John. 14 data in leg 2 for John. 13 for Daryl in leg 3.
140.
So what you're saying is if it goes all the way.
Well, that would be some kind of symmetry, wouldn't it?
68.
Perfect symmetry.
$100.
But these two won't want to work in symmetry. They'll want to work on points. And Worsley can go level with Pilgrim in that particular department with a win here. And if he can do it by a big scoreline as well, he can really
97.
eat into the advantage that Pilgrim had in that department following 2 games in the group.
You could somehow turn this 2-1 advantage
40.
into a 4-1 win. He will go top. 1 leg difference.
$140. John Yorquhar,
Scoring game there
121.
so far. 61. There's a few options with Pilgrim back on 196. That's not one of them.
81.
If you love tops that much, go for treble 7. And then go single 14 if you don't hit the treble.
125.
That's unlucky. That took a
John
wicked
Yorquhar,
deflection.
40.
Horrendous. Or to keep our improving leg by leg, he should have gone for the ball. It would have been for a 12.
30.
As it is,
Daryl Yorquhar,
given
71.
Pilgrim an opportunity to break back.
Going to be the solitary dart at the top of the board for 2-2.
Daryl Pilgrim.
And back we are on throw. Back we are level at 2 apiece. And Worsley had the opportunity to have the game in his grasp. Has seen those chances for a 3-1 lead come and go. And despite a gap in the average of in and around 14 points, it is Pilgrim who finds himself level.
100.
2 holes to throw away. We were mentioning visits, and this one has not gone past 5 visits.
100.
High quality match.
You know a game's good if you're not seeing 16s, 17s and the like on the score sheet.
91.
They've all red pens.
134.
The Worsley average has peaked at around 111, but he's pretty much holding on to 105, 106 at the moment.
125.
Pilgrim's moved his average up to just under 93.5, and it should be caveated by the fact he did get off to a slow start in this one, so he's had to bulk the average up by 89. A considerable margin.
Yeah, well, he was averaging in the 70s, and he's been averaging around 105 for, well, what's approaching now 3 legs.
65.
Oh, a real chance for John here. He's going to leave double tops with a single 18, forcing Pilgrim.
That will require 120
to hold the advantage by taking out 120. Now that's awkward. Oh, another one of those for an absolute beauty. Wow, what a finish that is. John Worsley has left tops after 12 and not got to go with a spectacular 20 that blocked out the 60. And rightly, the only way he could go was ball.
And all Worsley could do was just shake his head in absolute bewilderment.
Yeah, it was disbelief, wasn't it? Oh, that was stunning.
He's in the groove now.
140.
And players like him have this insatiable ability, no matter what cards are dealt with early on in the game, to then really go through the gears, finding different ways.
60.
Yeah, and I think that's knocked the stuffing out of John Worsley. And he wouldn't be human if it didn't. He'd have been stood behind and he'd have seen that first dart and thought, you ain't in a trouble 20 from there, pal. But if you do, good luck. And I should imagine when he
85.
heard the dart enter the board and looked up and seen the bullseye, would have feared the worst.
That was that case of, yes, he's hit the one, but surely he's not going to get another. Then he gets another and you're just left shaking your head.
One of those moments where you just say, fair play.
Inspired darts. It may have been an inspiring moment of what could be a comeback win for Pilgrim, which would see him move on to 6 points in the group and would open up a 4-point buffer on the rest, even if only temporarily. He loves the ball now.
102.
Yeah, that's great.
John, you require 156.
Tops after 12. Oh, surely. Double 18. This is absolutely incredible. Darts being played at elite level.
Good grief. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Well, it's right up there with the 120. Doubling. 3 from 4 for
93.
Pilgrim, including 2 bullseyes to take out 120. 156 from Worsley, still maintaining that 106 average.
100.
He has not deviated. He's forced Pilgrim to play these good darts.
He's had 18 scores of a ton or more. 7 of them
40.
Well, 6 of them 140s and a 156 out. That's 11 scores of between a ton and 139.
Well, he's pretty much been there or thereabouts in every single leg, hasn't
100.
he? He's always left something after 4 visits, if not quicker.
Oh, still yet to see a leg go over 5 visits.
134. $91.
Well, this has been one of those Super Series classics, and I Start putting these games in the library and getting them out there.
96.
One we could watch again and again and again.
Absolutely. Unless Pilgrim can take out 138.
60.
May well be
That would
the
require
first leg to
138.
go past the 5 visits. Wouldn't put it past him.
Now, this should be ultimate if Worsley went bull, bull, bull here.
98. John, you require 150.
He's not.
No.
But he may win it on a 150. Good grief.
You can see the frustration.
95. Daryl, you require
To win
40.
an absolute blinder.
Game.
And it is Pilgrim's points for the
Pilgrim.
taking in what was an absolute classic here at the Live Lounge against John Worsley. Pilgrim winning by 4 legs to 3. Worsley losing despite an average of 103.41.
Thank you, Henry. So 12 players came to the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth across the week to contest across 3 separate groups, all with the hope of being in the position that both the players on the stage are now in. Luke Littler, 16-year-old on debut, gaining TV experience at every juncture. He's played in the UK Open and the WDF World Championship, taking on a man who has plenty of experience on the big stage.
First leg is Luke to throw first. Game on.
Richard North signed off the last match with a weekly best for him, and also the 3rd best of the week, that 105 average,
140.
giving him a running average for the night of 93.55. Luke Littler not yet found his best, a running average of 85.19 and a checkout percentage of 30%. But if there's one thing we know about Luke Littler, he knows how to win titles. I certainly won't want to be tasked with
57.
dusting his trophy cabinet.
Yeah, and you almost just wait for him to find that extra gear, which he did ultimately find in the end
81.
against Nathan Gervin in the other semi-final.
I've seen all week when someone's gone and posted a big 100-plus average.
96.
When they come to the next game, they've not been able to replicate it. And the longer that break was going on for Richard North, I think that could be more of a negative, because he'd be having that little bit of time to sort of cool off. He would have just wanted to have gone back, got Luke, said, come on, pal, let's get straight back on the stage again.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point I was making with Henry upstairs, is he would have wanted to just get straight on with it. He wouldn't wanted to, like you say, time to cool off. It would have been a case of, right, get me straight back up there. I'm hot.
Game shot on the first
Speaking of hot,
leg.
this is a very
Luke
hot
Littler.
start from Luke Littler, a 14-darter to hold. Richard North is going to break. He's going to need to find a 12-darter to do that one, so he can sort of just roll with the punches
Second leg,
of that.
Richard through first. Game on.
Do you think their final group game has any
41.
kind of relevance in this?
I don't think it does. It was played in a completely different atmosphere and environment. It was quite jovial and friendly.
47.
If you haven't seen that game, I'd advise watching it back. It was fun. It was a fun watch.
140.
It was great to see the players' personality coming out.
180.
Aren't you supposed to be nervous in finals?
Not him.
That is his 9th 180
100.
of the night. He's only played 3 complete matches in a best-of-7 format. Might be about to hit double figures.
140.
We know he's got this in the locker. We've seen it many places before, but to see him delivering it like this under these circumstances is incredible.
140. Luca 134. $94. Richard Luca 80.
There you go. Tops again. Tops again.
He does. You've got to be careful not to throw this one off the board. Much safer dart there, and the right thing for Richard North. That's a huge mistake, followed by a second huge mistake. He's not even left a double here, just in case Luke Littler misses. But the way he's playing, there's no sign of Luke Littler missing. That is a 14, followed by a 13, which equates to an average of 111. He's doing to Northey what Northey just did to Merckx.
Came on. $140.
He is currently relentless.
77.
A very special performance. And there doesn't look to be any let-up.
180.
3 legs played. 3-180s hit as the average climbs to 120. Well, it would be a little ironic that
45.
we have the leader in terms of highest average ever here at the Super Series.
57.
Jason Askew. He was in action this week.
60. Luca 124. $84.
Well, he's not thinking about averages. He's thinking about winning this match. If he was thinking about averages, he'd have gone 14 ball.
I think the only thing he's probably thinking about right now is what he's going to spend his £5,000 on, because
well, you could buy a lot of stuff with that when you're 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Luke Littler.
13 data. This is incredible.
Average 112.72.
If there was any doubt about the sheer pedigree and quality that Luke Littler possesses, we say all the time, you don't always need your A game, you need to be able to win with a B game. That's what he's done tonight. He hasn't got to this position tonight by playing his brilliant best. He's got to this position by being a winner, by using that B game, and now he's in a position that he goes,
46.
Now we'll press the button, now we'll
hit the afterburner.
41.
And how? 14, 13, 13.
139.
I was just about to say, and a 180 in each leg. Maybe I'll put one in here.
45.
You are watching a very special dart player here. One that we can't really compare to too many other people.
59.
But one of the people we can compare him to, the story, the journey he's on, and the way he's doing it, is a multiple-time world champion. One 98. Of the greatest players that has ever lived, Michael van Gerwen. He is on that journey.
Yeah, his pathway
140.
could be very similar.
With performances like this,
41.
Who's going to stop him on Champions Week?
117.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Check out an average of 109.31. The only thing we've seen like that was from Scott Taylor. He's going to be as good as Phil Taylor. Who knows? But it is Luke Littler who gets it done in emphatic fashion.